legend. I have nothing to lose. Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. Wake up. I know what's real. Escape reality. Hardwired. This is the world you've made yourself. Now you have to live in it. The end is in our sights. The future is already here. No matter how hard we tried, we are doomed. Say your goodbyes. Brace yourself. I can see the end inside. 3, 2, 1. Hardwired.
Can I borrow it?
Why don't you just let me do the opening today?
Oh, okay, fine. Just take it away from me.
No, stop being like that. Stop being like that. Just chillax, bro.
I'm not your bro. I'm like an angelic being and you're a demonic being. How are we bros?
Because we are? Like, we hang out every freaking day for the last 1,417 days. I would assume we're bros by now.
I guess there's some kind of truth to that.
Alright, so can I just do it so we can, like, be good?
No, okay, but it's kind of my thing.
Yep, it is, but for today it's on with the show. Oh god, that was disgusting.
Hi everyone. Alright, I gotta press this on for a second. Oh god, it's so bright. Alright, we go into here. Hi everyone, welcome to the show. If you haven't been here before, today is part 5 of The Dragon in the Storm. As we play some Pathfinder with my friends, hang out, do goofy things, roll dice, and hopefully not die. Shortly after, I will be killing my cam because none of us are running cams, because out of some respect for some people don't want to be on cam, and I want to respect them. And it feels weird being the only one on cam, so there won't be any cam for me. This is going to be tonight's stream. We may do a B-side depending on how long this goes on for, so we'll go from there. Other than that, we're going to let the DM, aka Kelly, do the introductions, the catch up, the whole 9 yards. Hopefully I haven't missed it. That would be sad. She would make me for a little more. I'm joking. If you have missed any of the Dragon in the Storm campaign, all of it, every single part, can be found on my YouTube, Siegfried42, under RPG and Creative. I'm going to be creating a separate directory for it shortly. So you can go there, you can see all the stuff, all the things we've done dealing with Dragon in the Storm. So you can play catch up. We're only 5 episodes in, and we're playing every 2 weeks, so it's easy enough to catch up if you are behind. But if you're not, you haven't really missed much. I don't think. You missed some major things. Major, minor things. Something. You've missed something. You've missed things. Some things. Alright guys, here we go. Time to turn it over to Kelly and let her determine where we're gonna go today as the Grand GM. She's awesome. Alright, going to Dragon Time. Ooh, Dragon Time. Dragon Time.
Oh no.
Your timer is over.
I see that.
I told the powers that be that you will explain everything that has happened up to this point because you are the great GM.
I think that sounds like a MRFing cop-out, dude, actually.
Oh, you got sabotaged.
I think that's a real big cop-out, because...
I have the notes right here, so I can help.
Sick. Don't let me forget to ask you a Twitch question later.
I will give you Twitch answers, hopefully. Listen, I'm
So,
wearing the cool shirt today, okay? It makes it
Yay,
okay.
cool shirt.
Alright, you're right. Wearing the cool shirt clearly means that my cool jacket doesn't compare at all to your cool shirt. So don't worry, player character. I'll give you a synopsis. You want the short version audience? Sixth character decided that he wanted to piss off a ancient void dragon by interfering with this time warp business. So
it's just a
the
jump
longer
to the left.
version. I know. The longer version of this
I did no such thing.
The longer version of this story is that our player characters had decided that they were going to go south after they left the keep. The first town that they encounter, first large town, ended up actually being an outpost that had converted to a militaristic style, and was involved in an altercation with void dragons, seemingly after the war was supposed to have ended. The experience that they shared at this place was that of some kind of visages of past events that initially appeared to not really recognize that they were happening, but as the event went on, the void dragons that were part of it had been able to make some contact with sixth character, at least eye contact, and he tracked them to a nearby mountain range with his detect evil and smite evil, that we now realize no longer works that way because that was his boon.
Yeah, it was a boon from PFS.
Yep, found that out. So, but you will have noticed that it was from that mountain range. The visage ended. As the visage ended, you guys had seen Anna walking back to her house as well too. When questioned about that, she said that she had gone to view the visage of her father. And that being said, that's kind of where we left off. You guys can each go through, I think, and let me know whether or not your character had any inner thoughts about that visage. Just a really quick 10 to 15 second monologue.
All right.
And if we want to go in visual order, it looks like Kronk's opinion is first, but we're not going to let that be.
Hey,
like,
Kronk.
which opinion is the most important, but Kronk.
I mean, I'm
pretty
just
important.
saying, hashtag Kronk is best, let's be honest.
Hashtag Kronk is first, so.
Hashtag Kronk is first, absolutely. So Kronk at this point, there's the tiniest little bit of voice in the back of his head, which is, what in the hell did I just get myself into? But the much larger voice is saying, oh yeah, adventure! This is going to make an amazing epic poem when everything is said and done. But, there's also that little bit of humanity in him that is, oh, I feel, terrible for this town, and that, I'm sorry that we couldn't do more to help it and to save it, but you know what, that was all in the past. It's already happened, so let's move forward and let's conquer this evil! And that is where Kronk's mind is at this point.
Quetzal's video is next on my list.
Oh, Quetzal's like, this is a bad trip, man. I must have had, maybe, perhaps not enough brine shrimp. I think the secret to life is brine shrimp and rum. And, ooh, look at that. I'm almost done with my rum.
Right? Sig, your video is next.
I am next. Sig is thankful for Absu for accidentally allowing him to have a power temporarily from another universe. But he's grateful for Absu.
Granted, underneath the dragon blessings.
Yes. Thankful that his powers from another universe were blessed upon him by accident, to give him the chance to try and find out more information.
Variability.
It's a simple blessing. All that praying in one night, finally paid off.
Yeah.
See, there was a lot of praying that night.
Yeah. Well, you missed the night before where I was praying the end of that stream, praying the beginning of this stream, praying in the middle of the stream. There was a lot of praying going on.
This is my response to you as I sit here petting my cat, looking like the evil, right? We're gonna find something to make up for it. Don't you worry.
Hey,
Your
listen,
temporary ability will be balanced here in a minute.
I fully accept the fact that my character's gonna die at some point, so it's okay. That being said, he's grateful for that temporary power that was granted him. He's hoping that with this new gleamed information that they'll be able to find out more information, hopefully head in the correct direction. He is a little torn, not knowing who or what knows what really transpired here because of the history with the Void Dragons. There we go. That's it for me.
You guys had paused before asking anyone. You actually didn't even ask Anna, really, more about it, so... the next video link, were you done?
Yeah, I'm good.
The next video I have on my order is for Gideon.
He is confused. He feels lied to. Like, this... We thought that things that are here were gone for a long time, and they clearly weren't. And he feels really bad for us. Well, I guess he's gonna call her his friend, because he makes friends really quickly.
His newfound friend.
Yeah, his new friend, Anna. And, he wishes he could help more, but he's, little and can only do so much.
Alright, and hey you, our resident door hopper, when the other two couldn't get through the doors.
Yes. That is the one enduring memory.
Hey, you.
I'm surprised that isn't an enduring memory, because in Kronk's mind, it probably wasn't very memorable, at least not after the brain damage.
Bonk. Hey, you is shivering with anticipation because he's tasting adventure and tasting a conspiracy, and it's all
wants to know more.
It's all new and exciting to him outside of the fort. So
This is true. It would be a lot different than being raised on your own, but not on your own in the fort. So, for sure. So, let me get my computer up here. Before we pick up, you guys were returning to Anna's house, that kind of little safe haven that you had made. It's quite late, so all that stuff had happened at night, and it was about, you guys figure it was probably about 30 minutes or so worth of kind of like that action and disturbance. So as you head back, really all I need to know is whether or not you decide to bother Anna or Zeke about any of that stuff. The stag companion probably won't give you a whole lot of answers, but you're welcome to ask him too.
Are we planning on staying the evening, or should we move on away from this place?
So if I have our timeline down, we arrived, we started the search, we had the event, and we're still on that first night of arriving, right?
I wouldn't talk about
so
the
you
event.
guys
The event is in the
had
past.
arrived. Yeah, so you had kind of arrived like as everything was settling down. You had found her at night, but before midnight. This kind of was more of like a midnight venture.
Got it. So we've only been awake for a couple hours.
Probably like 4 or 5 total.
Okay.
Hey, you was just gonna walk inside and sit in front of the fire, kind of like take in what just happened.
And as a reminder for Heather as well too, they do have like a little communicator orb as well.
We have
Oh,
So
phone.
I think that you'd missed the departure notes. Croc would probably be pretty familiar with it because he would likely have his own version that would have gotten him there as well too.
Okay.
But when you guys were dispatched, you guys had almost like a little like fortune teller crystal ball that you can use to commune with the other dragons.
Nice.
And it's particularly wired for the northern port. Wired.
Krog, I think, especially because you mentioned that, we haven't really talked to, is it Anne or Anna? Anna. We haven't really talked to Anna, and I know that someone approached her the last adventure and asked her a question, and her response was, I just wanted to see my father one last time, and walked away. And I think Kronk would love to get some more information because, nothing makes an epic ode, ballad,
Kronk, quick.
better.
Her dad has been super dead for a long time as a sore spot. Don't talk to her about it.
Well, no, it's the human touch. It's what makes these so epic.
Kronk's gonna write a freaking country ballad. I hear it right now.
I'm
gonna be upset about his dog in his truck and Anna's dad.
Country
My
road.
dog done left
Anna's dead.
and
He's been dead a real long time.
I've got this. I've got the lyrics. I need to get the melody better, and I think perhaps Anna can give me some insight as to whether her dog was, or no, excuse me, her father was cheated on by a dog, or ran off with a truck, or was run over by a truck. I don't know. The human country songs have always confused me.
But maybe this is the lack of rum talking, but I have a question about what a truck is.
I have only heard about it in the human songs. I do not know.
We're definitely going to need a bardic lore roll for that.
Wait, it's a gut check. It's a gut check.
Last I heard, it's a wagon that they move large boulders in.
Hang on. If you want, you can roll whatever you want. Just let me know what it is and what your number is.
All right. Let's try a gut check. Let's see what Kronk's gut says about this, which is basically bardic lore.
Yeah.
All right. 13 to figure out what the heck a truck is.
Is that with all of your ads?
That's with all of my ads. It's a 13 to figure out what a truck is.
Does anyone else want to roll for this?
No, I don't even know how to begin to decide what a truck is.
Roll whatever you want. I had feedback from the last round. Y'all can roll whatever you think would get you what a truck is, and I will answer based on what you pick. So I've got one check at a 13.
All right. I rolled a natural 1 on a bartending lore check to see if I know what a truck is, because I've served probably country dragons.
Okay. Sounds good.
Your margarita is going to be terrible with the nat 1.
Well, that's because there's a tear in their beer, and they're crying in here.
You should add that.
Oh my gosh.
Here in the beer and they're crying in here. Alright, so we've got a bartending knowledge check, we've got a gut check. Does anyone else want to roll?
I have nothing that will give me a truck.
You don't know that. Why don't you pick one and roll for it, Sam?
I have nothing.
Perception.
I have nothing. I have nothing that would give me a truck.
You know what? I'm gonna roll intelligence from gossip on the street.
Alright, gossip on the dragon.
4.
Yes.
With the modifier of 1, 13.
I'm competing for the gut check.
Yep.
Alright. So you would have heard, Quetzal, he thinks that he might know, but the more he tries to focus on it, the more he just kind of like leans forward and he loses his balance, and then he's like, maybe I shouldn't think too hard. The other two kind of feel like they've heard it used as a slang word before, mostly for like a wagon or a vehicle that has extended storage in the back, which is fairly uncommon to have that amount of
Extended cab.
extended storage. It's used for it's used for ones that have more than your expected storage.
Are we talking like
Okay.
we
So
talking about
rather than a chariot where you've got just the people, rather than a wagon where you've got like the people and the stuff, when
this
people
has a
say
crew
truck,
cab?
you feel like they're really just talking about one of the ones that they like slap the stuff on the back of the donkey and just like extend it out and see if it goes.
Yep, crew cab. Got it.
However, I will have Hey You think that he had heard through the grapevine that there was a city located fairly centrally that was starting to power based on steam that may have been using words like that to describe their new set of horseless vehicles.
Okay.
Okay?
Nice.
We're
Nice.
we're doomed now.
All right. So,
if Heyu tells us that, then I'm going to insist that we find the first person named Sid as we come into that town.
There's
Chances are they have an airship.
There's always a Sid in every universe.
there has to be. There has to be. So armed with that knowledge, Kronk will approach Anna and say, "Dear Anna, I apologize. I don't believe we have had the opportunity to meet. I am Kronk Winduna, but you may call me Kronk. I am a skald, and after experiencing the relived tragedy of what happened here, I would like to compose a ballad, perhaps memorializing the events that went on. I would like to get a insider's perspective on what happened. Would you be willing to tell me of your experience?" And he's got like a quill and a parchment. He's ready to write things down. He's like, yes, talk to me. I'm charming.
So,
So befuddled.
talk to me, I'm charming. So as he's going through his little please, please, please spiel, let's see. You all have like a sense motive, right?
We should.
There's a
All right.
sense
Do
motive.
you
Still.
just want to roll
I
like
do.
a little passive sense motive?
Yeah, sure. Let's see. I think I've got a generic roll set up. Where'd you go? There it is. Yep. Generic. Character is sensing motive.
Oh, so I rolled a natural 20 on sense motive, but apparently my macro is broken.
You roll a 0.
All right, I
You
got
rolled
a 19
0.
for sense motive. That's not bad.
What
So
happened to my macro?
Kronk, despite his best intentions on seeing whether or not he could get Anna to divulge some more information, as he's talking to her, he senses that she has had a really rough night, and she's just, as he talks to her with excitement, none of that excitement's bouncing back to him at all. In fact, she really is just like, I'm gonna try to be polite, and before he can get her like decline out, Zeke, our little fire elemental, that's kind of in charge of the forge, like a this big little bright spot, comes over and very enthusiastically says, "Don't worry, I got this. You got questions? I'll tell you everything."
Excellent.
And she kind of Anna takes that and she's like, "Unless you guys need something that he can't help with, I'm probably just gonna head for the night. Do you have any questions before I go?"
I do not, Lady Anna. I appreciate you taking the moment to talk to me. I understand that this was probably a very difficult evening for you, but I certainly do appreciate it. And if this little sprightly fellow here can't answer my questions, I will be sure to chat with you maybe after you are more well rested.
For sure. But she
Have a-
kind
have
of
a
like
lovely
glances around the room, and Quetzal, with his sense motive, despite being apparently fairly staggering drunk, was like, "Oh yeah, she's not feeling that. Good luck." To
Oh, the broadside of a barn can feel how chilly that reception is.
in which case, if no one else has any questions for her, you are welcome to ask Zeke whatever you would like.
Okay.
He'll kind of continue.
So,
you guys see this right now?
I'm trying to get. I mean, it was pretty chaotic from what we experienced. You know, and so kind of what Kronk would like to see is like what was overall what was happening, because we were. You know, we're here and we keep hearing these explosions, these thumps. Don't quite remember what they were, but we were just running back and forth, and we know there was a void dragon involved. But you know, Kronk's questions are going to be, okay, what seemed to be the motivation behind this attack? Why was the void dragon there? Why this place in particular was targeted? You know, was there somebody that pissed off this dragon within the city? Was it just a random attack? Is this just what happened because of the Dragon Wars? So, you know, let's get kind of he's wanting the kind of the general picture, and then, you know, maybe a couple specific questions as we get that information.
So, Zeke, as he's listening to all your questions, he's kind of trying to pay attention to everyone as well, too. So long as no one else tries to interject or add on questions to the end of those lists.
Anybody?
It doesn't seem like he's like trying to finalize a list or anything. He's literally just, Kronk has asked him this, and if any of Kronk's things have triggered your character to be like, yeah, and what about this? Then you should say them now before I get the response ready.
Speak now, forever hold your peace.
Hey, you just asks, on top of did something prompt it? Like, did the humans critically damage something of or for the dragons?
Good question.
That might be a question that we would know as dragons.
Oh. Certain aspects of the war really haven't been passed down to you guys. But essentially, Zeke's response goes along the lines of, so he's got just a little bit of like, you can tell his accent's a little bit different than what hers is. I don't know if I'm going to be able to really like do it very well, but it's like very enthusiastic and very clean. So he's like, well, you know, I'd like to weigh in on that, but unfortunately I really never got to ask them why they did it. I can give you the human side of things, in which case this place has been a military fort for quite a while. In fact, during the Dragon Wars, it was probably the fort that won us the war. It was used in conjunction with some of the Dwarven civilizations over in those mountains, where they were able to forge us these really beautiful ballistas. I don't know if you had seen any of that stuff outside or to the north, but it had all of these lovely little spells that they worked together with the humans to impart, even a little bit of poisons on the end of those things. They were killer stuff. If you want to know what I think, I've been here a little bit, but I think that those dragons were just tired of that shit. You know? Like, this was the spot that ended the war. This is the spot that will restart the war. As far as
yes.
I was to say, are you on push to talk? Because I only heard the last bit.
Oh no, it's voice. It's on voice mode. Voice mode activated. But I just also have a very expressive face, and so sometimes I just go yes, but I'm not actually saying anything. I'm not good at poker.
I have a feeling Kronk would be real bad at poker too.
Kronk is terrible. No, this
Finally,
is the worst hand ever.
What do they call this? I believe they're called pocket rockets.
I feel like Kronk would be the second worst person I ever played poker with.
Only the second. I would love to hear about the first.
I
You
will
don't want to
tell
talk
you
about
later.
me. Let's just move on.
No, so so Kronk will thank Zeke, because that is actually incredibly insightful. And we'll say, I came into town at a slightly different way than the rest of my party. Unfortunately, I arrived slightly later. But I would like to get a look at those ballistas. I think it would be very interesting to see what the dwarves have wrought against those dastardly dragons. Did I say that right?
He's like, well, there's a couple over on some of the pillars. They're pretty old nowadays. It seems like they really took a hatred to them when they came back for round 2. But you're welcome to peek up there and check. Your compadres would know that there was a large field to the north of this town that they had kind of passed. It had some of the remnants of, like, not a fortified battle where you've actually got, like, the stone and the wall and the brick and all this other stuff. But there was, like, essentially where they've set up, like, canvas tents for that, like, temporary big push. And they'd found some of those remnants up there, too. So they may actually interject at this point if they wanted to come forth with some of that information, since you said that you came in a different way.
Yeah, Kronk, those ballistas are pretty much broken now.
So only there is artistic inspiration, one might say. They might not actually be able to be used. Ah, I see. Excellent.
Well, the ones up at the tower probably still could be.
I'm sorry, what now? The ones at the tower?
So at that point, he kind of like moves over to a window, and he's like, "Yeah, you know, like up here." And he points to those, essentially guard towers that kind of. There's one every 50 to 80 feet up and along that perimeter of the city, like the perimeter of the outside wall, and you can kind of see. Actually, hang on. Let me.
Okay.
So he's like, yeah, like they're up there. And then he kind of like touches the glass on the window, and one of the torches on one of those pillars lights up. He's like, there, over there.
That is an amazing trick. And 2, I would love to get a closer look at that tower and the ballistas that might still be in fighting shape, one might say.
So are you gonna do that tonight? Aren't you guys tired?
I will not do that this evening. I need my handsome sleep. It takes energy to be as handsome and rugged as I am.
Zeke, let me tell you something. I am always tired.
No,
It's
you are
the
always
rum that keeps
drunk.
them awake.
The rum that keeps them awake.
So Kronk feels pretty good about that extra information and just a little bit more about the history of the town, which is good. But yeah, he is ready to get some shut eye, unless other folks have something they wanted to ask Zeke about, so that Kronk can continue to make his notes for his epic ballad.
No, you guys just gonna go to bed?
I'm
Heyu's just staring into the fire, trying to think about all the things he has learned today.
I think we should go check it out.
You want to do that this evening, Quetzal?
Yeah, of course. There's no time like the present. I say that you're never guaranteed how many centuries you have on this world, and you may as well use all the time you have.
No, you are right, little one. And Kronk will give Quetzal a very enthusiastic slap on the back, because that's how Kronk do.
Quetzal will cough up a brine shrimp and then look at it and be like, eh.
Well
What-
then, would
What
anybody else
is
like
wrong with you?
everything?
Waste not, want not.
Well, would anyone else like to join Quetzal and I on this grand adventure that will be written about in my epic poem? Any takers?
Heyu hops up from staring into the fire and says, "Well, adventure awaits."
Adventure awaits! I feel like that needs to go on a set of armor somewhere. Perhaps splashed across the chest.
oh no, wait, I got something like this. And Zeke disappears for just a moment, kind of like, what was it? It's like when you go upstairs and you just like lose the light source for a minute, the whole room gets so much darker. And he comes back and he's like, here. And he's got like this little cast iron lantern with a really pretty like ornate glass door.
Oh, cool.
And it says, adventure for all, to those who want. And so he gives that to you guys, does a little snap, and instead of like a nice, like a normal, like a warm color fire, it opens up a blue fire. He says, here, take this with you. It'll light the way if you want.
This is the purest of fire. Excellent. I love it.
It's my favorite. Here, look. And he like opens the glass door and like shows it to you.
Oh, lovely.
And if you guys wanted to, like depending on how close you are, you would notice that there's not warmth given off by this lantern. Despite the fact that that flame's pretty big.
What?
Yeah, absolutely. When you go to touch it, nothing happens. It feels, have you ever seen like those mist machines where like you put your hand over it and it feels like cool and you can actually, you can feel it run between your fingers, but it doesn't actually leave you with any sensation. It's like that. You have your hand over top of it and the flames lick between your fingers as though you're interacting with it, but nothing burns and nothing hurts. And there's no changes on your hands.
What sorcery is this?
It's my favorite. Don't you like it?
I love this. Hey,
I rolled
would you
I rolled
like
a
to
10 to devise if this is a religious kind of a divine magic effect.
Divine magic, I would have maybe a hard time saying a yes or no. But putting 2 and 2 together, unless you want to roll a natural 1 in something, he's a fire elemental, and he can very easily control the wick on the candle.
I rolled a natural 2, so this new ability amazes and astonishes me.
If you wanted to try and like understand like where that comes from, it's actually, I guess I'll just have him say it. Zeke's like, it's all in the right kind of wax, and so he like points at the candle, and the candle, like the actual wax of it, you can see it's like this very dark black candle, as opposed to many of the ones that are more like generally a lighter color. The one that you would have seen everywhere else is very light.
Oh
So-
yes, I understand about waxing, definitely.
Wrong wax.
What? It's all
Implying
about
that
the wax.
AU knows what kind of waxing he's talking about.
Quindin, this is the wrong kind of waxing. This isn't the wax you put on the back of those letters.
Anything can be a wax if you're brave enough. Remember
I wasn't talking about letter wax.
What other kind of wax is there? Kind
I
of wax,
wax-
letter wax.
I wax my mustache.
Kind of. Yes. Let's go with that. Mustache wax.
Yes.
And Quetzal strokes their non-existent mustache.
I'm assuming that's
Suddenly
probably
regretting that he didn't pick a humanoid form that has a mustache.
too bad.
Their humanoid form is very androgynous. It could have a mustache or not. It is Schrodinger's mustache.
I feel wax would probably be easier than what I've been having to do on the road so far, which is shaving with my greatsword.
Oh, that is brave of you. I prefer to simply grow mine out, and then I can braid it for adventure on the high seas. That was what most of the clansmen did that I was interred with.
Yeah, see, being in the field, small blade, you move it around your face. When you're doing it with a two-handed sword, you sharpen it, put it in the dirt, and then you move your face around the blade.
Oh, yes. I could see that.
It's like those big brushes they have for cows.
Those things are
this
awesome.
facial hair you guys speak of?
Man, I want the spell of hair growth. That would have been a great point. That. But I do not have that.
No.
I am not a wizard.
A wizard is born with a beard. What are you talking about?
Just he comes out of the womb with a beard.
It just comes out of the womb with a beard. Like, this one's a wizard. We know it now.
I thought that was dwarves.
Well, that too. That's right. Wizards are born with beards and pointy hats. Labor is very difficult.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh boy. Kronk is all about let's go adventuring. Let's go look at these intact ballistas that were potentially used to kill our kin.
Okay.
With that, I guess we walk out the door.
Let's do this thing.
Where in the town is the tower located compared to Anna's house?
There's a couple that are closer, but the one that has the light on it would be probably like a football field away, to a football field and a half.
In which direction?
So Anna's house is at the north. You guys would be traveling kind of to the west, around like that outside.
Okay.
Is everyone going on this adventure?
I hope so. We've learned our lesson by splitting the party, right? Right?
We have learned our lesson. You do not split the party. It's
I go
all
with
for one.
Kronk's got his law.
Roderick will go. Gideon's gonna stay. It's late. He's tired.
Gideon, you were just asleep this morning.
That was a long time ago.
He needs his third nap. He's wee. He needs time.
We lad.
Little ones need a couple naps throughout the day.
That is true.
Yeah.
And
You
peanut butter.
say that like I'm not gonna agree with you. As he's dragging one of the mattresses she put on the floor into the hallway. Just like Roderick will stay with you until I fall asleep.
Alright.
I see
Oh,
we're going to have to.
Oh,
We're
that's
gonna-
a really nice carving.
We're gonna have to construct a wooden box to put you in. So one of us
We're
can
not
put you on our
doing
back.
this. It's not funny.
Yeah, he may or may not have.
Boxer.
He may or may not have a folding tub. I can't remember if this is the version that had the folding tub or if that was the other one. Let me check. Nope, it was the other one.
But we gotta craft you a box. So
Well, yeah, we gotta craft
all
you a
your
box, and since I'm the strong one, we'll have to throw you on my back and carry you about during the daylight hours.
I mean, yeah, but it's not daylight hours. It's
Now.
fucking
or-
2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it is.
I
it
mean,
is
I'd offer to
super
put you into my bag of holding, but I'm pretty sure you won't survive long in there.
Yep, I'm not a good breath-holding dragon.
So on
This-
the way to the tower.
The baby Bjorn, I could simply put him in one of those and carry him around my front with the little dangly legs, and he would probably sleep well. I have done that to the children in the clan I lived with. It is very adorable. They get all floppy.
Fair. So as you guys head towards this tower, everything in the city is quieted down. You are seeing kind of, probably with a changed viewpoint, some of the damage to the city. So as before, like when they had gotten in, they were suspicious about what had happened, but now, as you know that it was like this post-dragon attack, you can really kind of identify, like, that's definitely a claw mark, that's definitely that spell that they have that just warps. For the most part, there's really nothing that you encounter. The entrance up to the tower, there's like a little old guardhouse there that has been pretty substantially worn, slashed. There's like a large piece of timber that had fallen down and kind of collapsed the roof just a bit. The stuff inside is kind of dented, old, or bent. You can certainly kind of feel free to look around. It houses a staircase that goes up into that tower. And there's really nothing aside that as you guys kind of approach that base of the tower.
I look around for the door to the tower to see just how to get into this thing.
We lose Travis and Heather.
No. Maybe.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I
Yeah.
think we did.
The
Yep.
thunderstorm might have won.
Uh-oh.
I think the thunderstorm won.
Thunder. Thunder. Thundercats. Hold on.
Ho!
I think I have.
Because I was like, Travis hasn't blinked in a second.
Wow, look at that intensity that they have ready to
I
go
know.
on this adventure.
They're really paying attention.
Hello.
Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun.
Are you messaging them?
Wow, I actually. Yeah, give me like 2 seconds. Actually, I do not have his cell phone number. How do I?
Me
not-
neither.
How do I not have his cell phone number? Yeah, I'll put money on it. It didn't transfer over when I got the new phone. Oh, Travis.
I don't even know if he has Messenger on his phone. Otherwise, I'd be like, what up? Oh, Discord finally realized it. There they go. Maybe they're back? Maybe they're both back?
Hello.
Hello! Welcome back.
I can hang that up. Hey, Travis, somehow I lost your number.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, so
My
we'll have to
bad.
exchange that later.
Sure.
New
His phone number is 810.
8675.
Definitely not.
53099.
I'm
So
gonna give a random number and make someone very sad.
we definitely lost internet just now, but we did not lose power, so I have no idea. I blame Comcast.
I blame any ISP. They all suck.
They do.
And we send
Well,
them
we could
billions
have
of dollars. Billions!
Whenever we rebuild this world as a safe haven for both dragons and humans in the future, that we will make sure we create a good infrastructure.
This is the part where I make a villain organization called Comcast, right?
Well, what about Cablevision?
The Charter.
People.
You want the assassin group
Comcasters.
called the Charter?
That's funny. That's good.
Yes, please.
She's like, yes, please.
No. It's the
It's-
internal slaying
That-
party,
That would be
ISP.
awesome.
I'm just gonna say, I think it's
Y'all-
fascinating
Y'all hear me okay?
that
I can hear you, but it's lagged between your video. It's okay. I think it's better now.
Charter
Okay.
renamed themselves and now they're on the Spectrum.
I mean, I think that my assassin group would be better named Charter, but
All right, onward to the ballista. Where did you guys get cut
To
off
the
at?
ballista.
To the.
Were you there for us arriving
last-
at the ballista?
Oh.
We have arrived
Yeah.
at the ballista
I'm
already.
looking
Oh,
for.
okay.
we have not arrived at the ballista. We are at the base of the tower for the ballista.
We're at the base of the tower for the ballista.
We are at the
Yes.
base of the tower.
You are arriving.
We were
I
looking
look
for
up-
doors.
I look
You're
up
arriving.
at the impact tower and
Yep.
I'm like, oh, can we just fly up stairs? Why?
Although it is dark, that is not a great idea to fly up at this point. Let us take the stairs. Quetzal, I can carry you upon my mighty back if you wish. It will help
Ooh.
me do my squats better.
A beefcake. Excellent.
Oh my god.
Yes,
Heather, are you attached
you
to my
saw me when
are you
I came up
hotspotted to
the
I
my
believe-
phone or
street.
your
You
phone?
know
Listen,
what I look
can
like.
the-
I have mighty thews.
Can the two
Mine.
of you get a room? We need to climb these stairs.
Are there does the outside of the tower look climbable?
So the outside of the tower looks as though you would have a difficult time using humanoid hands and feet particularly with boots, to try and climb the tower without the use of external implements. It does not, however, seem as though it would be difficult for a dragon to climb. And as you peek into the door that's at the bottom, and you look up, you would notice that although there is a spiral staircase that is taking you towards the top, the stairs on the inside, as they swirl around the outside, have a couple of noticeable 6-foot gaps.
Zeke stayed behind in the house, correct?
Zeke did not come with you.
And honestly,
I pull out a climber's kit. Hey, little climbing man, did you not buy one of these?
I don't need that.
I still would rather us not showing our form this close to someone.
Agreed.
And you've already showed you're really good at climbing, so this climbing set will make it very easy for you to get up there.
Quetzal weeps silently.
Dustin, I'm PMing you.
Uh-oh.
Not Facebook.
Okay. So the outside is not climbing. Alright, so I guess
The inside, similarly, not climbable using humanoid things. You could potentially feel as though you're fairly confident making a 6 to 8 foot jump up. Thank you for licking my hand, Sam. But more so, the inside doesn't have any noticeable gaps in the wall. The wall seems set. Just the gaps in the
So we
stairs.
could.
And you know what?
Okay.
Where's my notes? As a copper dragon, I can climb stone. So I'm going to go into the tower and remove my amulet and climb this bitch because
You do not have to remove the amulet. The amulet is an at-will spell. So all you have to do is... sorry, this is the DM way. All you have to do is decide that you do not want to be under the amulet's influence and... Huh?
Travis knows. It's the thing I told you about the at-will. Anyway, continue.
It's an at-will, so you have to want it to work. The situations where it does not work is as you're falling unconscious. It does not work. As you hit the lethal hit points, it will not work. So it turns off then. It will certainly turn off if you want to remove it.
Alright, no. As
an aside, you can choose to fight against the influence of the amulet, and you will win.
Okay, yeah. So I just turn into my dragon-esque form, and I'm climbing this stone on up.
Is there a step that you want to maybe consider before you do that?
I kind of figured I was inside.
I think it's a bad idea. Should we look around first to see if there's anybody else here?
No, I'm going up.
Okay, well, as you decide that you're not going to pay attention to the amulet, let me just break this down into steps for you. As you will yourself to not be underneath the influence of the amulet anymore, you feel as though your body is changing, but your clothes really aren't changing shape with you. So,
Oh no.
you're going to feel it in your waistband, and I will allow you, Dustin, I will allow you to rethink the order of operations that you want to do in order to climb this wall.
Now make him
go.
Hulk out of that shit.
Your underwear are rapidly becoming a thong.
Okay.
Some
Good
of us
point.
already
Good
have
point.
those.
Good point.
And
No, let him finish. It's fine.
I don't feel like destroying my old pair of clothes. So yeah, hey, he was gonna rethink that whole. Just, you know what? I'm going big. concept.
This is
Hey, you-
where being me comes in handy, because when I
Yeah, your
Turn
clothes
into a
don't,
dragon.
your clothes don't have any issues. You're just
What?
gonna shrink into them.
yeah I shrink down and just walk out the neck hole.
Your cloaca is showing.
Yeah. Alright.
Yeah, so
Oh,
I'm going
no.
to remove my armor and put it into my handy dandy little bag here before I decide I'm gonna.
You're gonna strip, and you're gonna change, and you're gonna grab the things that you stripped out of, and then you're gonna worm your way up the tower.
Yeah.
Alright, where do you stop? Do you
Literally,
stop-
because he's a dragon worm.
Yeah. Do you stop at the top, or do you stop before the top?
I stop at any noticeable like good landing to kind of get my bearings as to where my party is.
Your party hasn't decided on how far they're gonna climb up, and this is a pretty large tower. It's like 75 to 80 feet tall. So
Wow,
as you,
Okay, so I stop about
and you, yeah,
40,
like you,
40 feet up. Like
okay,
halfway.
you would very much so not be able to see your compadres at that point. You would have disappeared around the curves. But you could kind of like get to the first place where you see that they're not joining you and be like, "Excuse me, you coming?"
Guys coming? Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will just climb the stairs. I'm looking for traps though. I rolled a 33 to Perceptify.
Sure. Does anyone else want to do that too?
I will be climbing the steps also.
I will do the same and follow those two.
Do the same as stay humanoid form, but then follow up the stairs.
Yes.
I hope it's clear. I'm going up like on the wall so I can avoid like the gaps in the stairs.
You're fine.
Are we gonna have to make jumps while doing this?
6 to 8 feet.
Before
But-
I make the walk, then I take the armor off and put it in my bag of holding.
That's fine. So there's a couple of series of jumps that you guys can see. Did anyone else want to roll for traps?
In my dragon form, traps can't get me, so or traps can't catch me off guard. But
That's fine. Does anyone want to roll for traps?
I'm rolling for traps.
Perception.
I already did. Did I not see anything?
No, you did.
Hang on. I'm letting everyone have a turn.
Anyone else?
Oh. Anybody else?
We're gonna
Oh.
not meta.
14.
13 for Kronk.
Okay. No one perceives any traps as you guys are traveling up this first half of the staircase.
Oh,
During the first half of the staircase, there is what appears to be a 6-foot jump up at a 30-degree angle. And I do believe at 6 feet, at a 30-degree angle, I will require there's no jump, it's just acrobatics, right? Yep. It's acrobatics.
acrobatic for is athletics first ed? I have to look.
I think athletics is
just
second.
acrobatics. Yep, that thing. That thing.
Mhm. Yep. Everyone who is walking will need the acrobatics for the first jump. We'll go from there.
Is there a mean, instead of the acrobatics, can you climb on the wall?
If you would like to climb on the wall, you can climb on the wall.
Yes, I would.
Okay.
This is not going to go well for me. Can somebody just carry me?
Can you hold your breath?
I can hold my breath for somewhere like 14 rounds or so.
Okay. You want to climb in the bag of holding?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Give that a try.
How much do you weigh in your humanoid
Uh,
form? I need to
I
make sure
mean,
you're not heavier than my bag
I-
can handle.
A gentleman would not ask, but I am wearing very heavy armor, so
How much do you weigh?
I'm working on it. Let's
I gotta
see,
figure
a
out how much is in my
breastplate,
bag right now. Okay.
30 pounds plus.
10, 20, 30, 40.
Oh, Actually, it is. It's on.
If you guys
Hero
just
Lab,
want
isn't it?
to, if you guys just want to do it within
Oh,
reason, you're certainly
100
welcome to.
165 pounds.
You know what's great about that? Is I have 85 pounds in my bag. And
Oh,
the bag
no.
holds... Hold on. The bag holds 250 pounds. So you
Ooh.
plus it is 250. It's like it was meant to be.
Nice.
Well, I have I have an acrobatics of -3 and a climb of -4.
This is why I took the armor off.
Yeah. Kronk did the same thing.
Seems like a lot of work, though. I'll just get in the back.
All right. I
Kronk is
put
walking around in his skivvies.
I put Quetzal in my bag of holding.
Why not?
And I do believe there is a rule that you can just do your take 10s for half speed climbing, right?
Yes.
Okay. In which case you have no trouble. You proceed to get through the first one. And then did you want to climb or did you want to acrobatics, Sir Kronk?
Sir Kronk is going to attempt to acrobatics with a 14, minding the gap.
Does anyone have that cheat sheet available?
Yeah, 1 second.
I mean, it's probably
Thanks.
not good enough.
I'd say I almost, because it's 6 feet up in a diagonal.
I know it's harder
Which
going
isn't
up than over.
Huh?
I know it's harder to go up than over.
Yeah.
So height of 6 feet.
The height is 4,
So she
and
needs
the gap is 4. So I guess it would be 5.
Assuming
5
she had
gap
a
or up.
running jump, she needs a 16
Well,
to
what's
go
the
up
square
4.
root of what's the square root of 52?
It's under 6 feet. Okay. So it should be what is it?
If it's 6
25.
feet out, 4 feet up.
It's 25 plus the 4. 25 plus 16.
36.
more than 36.
Because it's 6
No,
feet
it was 5. No, it was. I guesstimated 6 feet on the hypotenuse.
out. Oh. Okay, so 5 feet out, 4 feet up.
So with having failed the check, I will
How much did she fail by?
finish. Hang on, failed it by 2.
Oh.
That's not bad.
I know. Nick, are you having Roderick climb up too?
Yeah, he can climb up.
Okay.
He's
do you
just
want
gonna
him,
take his time.
Do you want him to climb or do you want him to do the jump?
How far was the jump again?
AC 16.
Like, but you said it was like, what was the distance? Because he has really long arms.
5 over, 4 up. So
He
it's-
just reaches over and pulls himself up.
Nice.
He has a 5-foot reach and he's 5 feet tall. So he's got a 10-foot reach.
He has arms as long as he is?
Yeah, he has really long, creepy arms.
Oh. It's like salad fingers.
You have to make a. I mean, he probably would pass a strength check, but do you have to make a strength check in order to pull yourself up from a ledge? You should, right?
Yes.
He is well under his ability to pick himself up, though. I mean, he has an 18 strength.
Could you just roll it so I can figure out how many turns it takes him, though?
Sure, that won't be a problem. Actually, wait, sorry, he has climb.
That he can do whatever he wants. The only thing is that I want whoever gets there before Kronk to roll a reflex to see if they can stabilize Kronk, or we will make Kronk miss the jump.
Sure.
Or Kronk gonna fall. And Kronk can attempt to
Well,
reflex
hey, you
it.
is like, you just should have turned into a dragon, guys. All the way in the
I'm just
floor.
hanging onto the wall like, what's up? Like, come on, guys.
What's up, y'all? What are you doing?
Am I there to like
Roderick
kinda
was able.
extend my tail out to like
No,
Have-
you said you wanted to go all the way until you could barely see them, and you were
That's
much
right.
farther ahead.
Yep, I'm 40
Okay.
feet up.
So either Roderick can have gone after Kronk and just put a hand up and hold Kronk up so that Kronk doesn't fall, or Kronk can have gone up and caught because he got a 22 on his reflex.
Oh, nice.
No, I meant his. Did you do his strength first?
He got a 20 on his climb, a 15 on his strength, and a 22 on a reflex to try to catch Kronk.
Okay. So I will have you. The climbing will take too long, because I believe it would take at least one full turn to do the climb at the succeed. The jump, I will have you. You just wanted to have him lean forward, reach out, and then take the time to pull himself up. What I will have is he rolled a good enough reflex that I'm going to have you catch Kronk and allow you to pull Kronk back up with you.
Hey.
So no damage or reno for Kronk. Kronk has been spared a mild injury to his ankle.
Yay! I'm always in the back with my weak ankle.
Downside,
Kronkles.
there's another gap.
You do get a slightly condescending head pat.
I'll take it.
So there is a second gap. If you guys wanted to change your tactics based on the experience with the first one, you're certainly welcome to do that. I will also allow you to succeed your slow climb checks to pass that second gap, and then you will be up to where Heyu is.
Well, first I take Quetzal, pull his head out of the bag of holding before the second climb.
Yeah, I know, right?
Breathe.
He's like,
Breathe.
What? Huh? What? I
Are we
was
there
having
yet?
the most.
All right, back in.
Did you know that you
And then
have
start climbing
like
some more.
Right, back in the bag.
you finish the climb. The top half of the stairs are very open. You know, have to make any more crazy things.
Oh, like,
Yay, crazy things.
like no
That was exciting.
damage?
No damage, no traps.
Okay.
There'll be a
Hell
couple of
yeah.
times that you maybe have some issues with your grip, where you go
Good.
trusting that a stone is going to be stable. It like crumbles a little bit, but
By and large, we're
nothing
okay.
to the point. Especially because Heyu is going to be in dragon form and he has 3 other attachments. It's nothing that seems to surprise him or take him off guard. Just finishes the climb naked.
Naked. Alright, then when we get to the top, I'll change back and get dressed.
Why? You're gonna have to climb back down anyway.
As well.
The top is open.
Ooh.
So the way that the top is structured is that there's kind of like a little rotunda, so it's a little round stationary point. In the middle is that kind of like large lantern that had been lit through that elemental powers, through Zeke's little powers, and it illuminates kind of the inside of that rotunda. Where that rotunda interfaces with that large wall, there are 3 large wrought iron and wood ballistas. You guys can see like up and down the wall as well too. The ballistas are scattered and in varying stages of breakdown and or damage. Ones that are in areas where the wall appears to be more heavily damaged seem broken. There's also one that looks, at least in visual from that light from what Zeke had lit, you can also see one that has one of those very clean sheared edges off of it, as though part of it had been blinked out of existence.
Like the teleporter stuff. Oh, I'm in a bag.
Oh no, once we got past the second climb, I would have pulled you out.
Oh, is this your cupcake? This looks like this cupcake looks very delicious.
Oh gosh, wouldn't that be funny? Like you pull them out of your bag and you realize like a third of your rations are gone.
Technically speaking, there are rations in there. They came with the kit.
Nothing.
I've never used them.
Well,
Am I
I
right?
guess technically speaking, there were rations in there.
It's like rations nothing. He would have drunk any alcohol you had in there.
Nope, no alcohol. Just holy water.
Kidding me? He's a
He'll be very
square.
sad.
Water, literally just like, oh, holy water is gone. That was really piss poor alcohol you had in there, Sig. What alcohol?
It's
This
water.
stuff, and it's literally just got like a big cross on it.
Ah.
Whoa,
That was an act.
was that really the blood of Bahamut? That guy must have been wasted 24/7.
Absolute praise.
So there are
Oh my
ballistas in front of you. There's damage in front of you. It's all lit up
yeah.
by that lantern. Dustin was naked. Now he's not.
No, I'm not.
Oh.
Well, let's search around and see if we can find any raging clues over here.
Raging
I searched for
clues.
any of the ballista bolts to get a clue from them.
Got
The
such
ballista bolts are about 8 feet long.
I'm getting such a
Oh,
raging
shoot.
clue right now.
Right.
I
Yeah.
rolled a
Do you guys
20.
wanna roll for finding your stuffs?
Yeah, let's roll for shit. I like rolling.
I am the
Alright,
most
what do I wanna
perceptive of the group. Of course I will look. I find nothing.
All right, let me perceptify.
I got
I got a 15 for raging clues.
a 23. 17 plus 6.
Yep. We've got a 15. We've got a 23.
Got a
Steven?
20.
I already know I can't perceive shit. So
You don't want to be part of this?
no.
Come on, be part of the cool kids. Be
I'm
part of
good.
the cool kids gang.
I already
This is a
rolled.
low-
Well,
this is-
if you're
This
not,
is
already-
a
if
chance
you're
to
not
fit on low
looking,
stakes.
if you're not looking, I'm gonna have Sig be burying his nose in one of his little holy symbols, thinking to himself about something. Or you could roll.
Or I could just be
You
on guard
are.
for my team.
What is that? Passive perception?
Oh, that's 5e. 5e is the one that has passive perception. Life would be grand if I had a passive perception.
Life could be dreamy. Life could be dreamy.
Because that's just a flat number. There's no roll.
Shoot down.
So when I say ballistas, these are very large ballistas. So obviously they were designed to take down dragons. The wrought iron bolts, the first 4 feet of that bolt is a very heavy iron. It's like a cast iron, and it's like probably a good 6 inches around. It has a large, multifaceted arrow at the top with 2 rows of spikes of alternating directions. Each spike has 4 spokes. So there's like an up, down, left, right. And then there's also the 4 on the diag for just behind it. They're heavily barbed and very menacing. As you guys kind of look around, you'll see that there are additional bolts for these ballistas on the wall as well too. The firing mechanism for them, it's difficult to tell what it was back in the day, because as you go through, there's really not any indication of what had launched those bolts. Like normally you would expect some sort of like band, or some sort of like ignition to have launched them, almost like a cannon style. These are set up as though there should have been a band, but there is no band. Instead, there's really just like a very large rail to help guide those arrows, and then these 2 little like aiming spokes almost. On the back half of the bolts are all made of wood. You would have expected it to be just kind of like plain wood, not very like embellished. But you do distinctly see not only on where it interfaces, there's like a little metal ring, but also on the wood, they're very ornate. And there's lettering in it that carries, some distinct, like repetitive patterns, as well as looking like it was there for a deliberate purpose.
Kronk would like to take a closer look to see if he can't figure out how these ballistas were fired. So we're gonna do Bardic lore check just to see if there's anything that jumps out about it, i.e. Kronk's gut check.
Does anyone else want to roll?
So that's a 16 to check Kronk's gut.
I have no idea what would be useful for this. I can.
Engineering would be the only thing I could think of.
Well, I was going to roll a heal check to investigate just how much damage this could do to a full-grown dragon.
A lot. It would do a lot. Especially if they're poisoned, like Zeke said.
I'm gonna guess the damage would be enough.
How much damage? Enough.
Do we know exactly what kind of poison?
Drunk.
Could investigate and find
copper.
out.
Well, I
okay,
rolled
buddy.
I rolled a heal check. I can identify poisons and diseases, I think.
Sure.
But I only got a 19.
No, Quetzal, you've got to lick it. See how much it tingles.
Oh, I look. I'm not a stranger to putting my mouth on things, but I'm not going to lick that.
No 8-foot, 6-inch wide ballista bolt.
That's not my
a little
jam.
bit of a mouthful.
There's not even a book that says this thing is my bag, baby.
All right. May I offer a hint to roll for languages?
I could do that. I'm really good at... Wait, does it need a specific language? I might already know it.
I would be surprised if you didn't know some of them.
Dwarven?
But they are not native languages to you.
There's just like, you know, it's like whenever the Allies wrote, you know, "Return to Cinder" on a bomb before dropping it on Germany.
Oh god. Do you want my list of languages?
I mean, Kronk can cast.
I would assume that you have the 3 that I'm going to be referencing.
It's in dragons. It's my list.
Documents.
No,
If
in
that
the Facebook.
If that doesn't,
You're gonna make me open stuff.
if it's not on the list, Kronk does have tongues.
Well, I also have
So-
linguistics, so I can roll linguistics to try and determine it.
Oh yeah, you got this covered.
So
I'm not gonna waste a spell
they
slot.
are languages that you know, but the verbiage is going to be something that you're not very familiar with.
Okay. So you want
Does that make sense? It's kind of like,
Like an
to give
idiom?
you an example, because this is what it's going to feel like as you're reading this.
Mm-hmm.
You know how you and I speak English, and
Do we?
Shakespeare wrote English. The difference between the dialect of old versus the dialect that you currently speak. As you read this,
Shit, the dialect
there are
of your
words that
state
you
versus
know.
mine. The dialect of your state versus mine are completely different at times.
Hey man, you know. That being
Ain't
said,
wrong.
the language that you're reading it in is very flowery. So it almost feels like you see a combination of 3.
Okay.
You see.
Do I get to know what 3 or no?
You think I'm holding out 3 fingers for nothing? So there's 3 that you recognize.
Okay.
The one with the largest inscription is common.
Mm-hmm.
Then dwarven.
Okay.
And those are wrapped in the band and on the iron.
Okay.
On the wood, there's a small amount of those too as it joins. But then the script that is written and carved into the wood is all Elven.
Interesting.
Now we move on to the gut check. The gut check is that although Kronk may not be super familiar with all the words that were written down, he can very easily tell that there's 3 different types of handwriting, 3 different languages. The rough languages are at the pointy end.
Mm-hmm.
The flowery languages are at the back end. The rough languages are probably the ouchy part. The flowery languages, he wonders if they are working together in order to have it be the weapon that it is. You can make inferences based on that.
Okay. So do you want a linguistics to get a better feel of what was actually written, or?
You can use linguistics if you want.
Okay. Sure. Why not? Let's see what happens. 24.
The way that these are written, it's almost like a very aggressive form of poetry, similar to what you would expect with words that hold power. So although the language and word choice in it seems to be words that you recognize and words that you know, like if you read the word flower, you know that it's a flower. If you read the word, lotus, you know that that's still a flower. It's just a more descriptive word for the type of flower.
Got it.
As you read this, you see that the descriptions on the back are regarding an external energy that's fairly ambiguous. It also refers to like fire of spirit. It refers to like a almost like a aim be true. It refers to those types of things. The language on the front is a very aggressive like dwarven like curses essentially. So there's like an equivalent of like a burning in hellfire. There's an equivalent of manifested rage. There's an equivalent of equivocated suffering, etc. And so they're very different styles, but each one of them seems to be purposeful in where they are. And if you examine more than one ballista, you will see that some of the verbiage changes between, but they all say similar things in similar spots.
Got it.
Are you saying things? Because you moved your lips, but nothing came up.
Sorry, I'm just talking to myself.
Kind of figured, but I also wanted to make sure.
Just making sure I understand. I mean, Kronk as an orator, I mean, his thing is like, let's just start saying shit and let's see what happens. Like, hey, let's experiment. Why not? So he's going to try to puzzle out, like, say it in the written language and see what happens.
Okay.
He'll start with the
Does
flower.
Kronk have languages of Common, Elven, and Dwarven?
Kronk has Common, but Kronk can also cast tongues. And so that is the ability to speak and understand the language of any intelligent creature, racial tongue or regional dialect. Can speak only one language at a time, although it may be able to understand several languages. Okay.
Question on how that is phrased. That didn't say read, did it? If
That
that's
is
speak and understand.
true. Speak and understand, so there's nothing about reading.
So,
I
have to go to the bathroom real quick. I'm going to plant an idea in Kronk's gut and have someone else read it for him, and then he can say it. But I have to be.
Alright, sounds good.
I was about to say, I can, if you want, I can read it to you and tell you how to say the word.
Mm-hmm. I think that should work pretty well, because that's I mean, he just wants to try, and his thought...
Before we do this, I hope we have one of our more magical users here that can detect magic.
Yeah, that is also a thing.
Reading runes, from what I've learned, is a bad thing.
Oh no, it can be lots of fun.
Sure, it can. But these are dragon smiting missiles, and do you really want to activate a dragon smiting missile with us next to it?
I'm just saying, you sound like the kind of bitch that wouldn't draw from the deck of many things.
No, I'm the bitch who would.
This
draw from
character,
the deck of many
absolutely
things.
not. Hell no. My character take that shit and go, "Where's the nearest lava pit? I'm Frodo," and throw it in.
Dude, Kronk would draw from the deck of many things any day and pick up a duck in a dungeon. So, I mean, there you go. There's at least two things right there.
Now, Deserath, my thief that I play, my secondary character I usually play, oh, he'd be drawing cards like it's his job.
It's like just making it rain cards.
He's just
for the
like, I
Deck
take the whole deck and pull it out at once. What happens?
What have I done? What have I pulled out now? It's like, well,
I
let's
have
see.
3 wishes. I'm on fire in a gem.
I've gained 3 foot in height, and yet I've lost 6 foot in height. I don't
I've
quite
gained
know what's happening.
2 levels, lost 2 levels.
It all balances out. Yeah.
I gain all the wealth in the world, then lose it all.
So you mentioned detect magic. I completely, because I'm working between 2 different screens here.
So
and Kronk does have detect.
Yeah, sorry,
magic.
I don't have a screen up for the D20.
That's all right. Kronk does have detect magic.
Yeah, I would
so,
suggest we do that before we start
Yeah,
reading the
I will
runes
do
of
that.
dragon killer missiles.
Yep. So,
So there's no current aura on
Okay.
it.
Oh, it's perfectly safe unless
But-
they're hiding the order.
but,
I do believe you. Let's see. Detect magic. It's not a roll. It's just how big the aura is, right?
mhm.
Or present or not, and what group.
Hmm.
Group gives off the color.
What did it do?
Yeah. So, although you can tell that there's likely a magical component to it, there is no current magic signature that you can get a read on. That being said, Sig, have you just really focused on this one that's at there and loaded? Did you look at all 3? Or did you look at all 3 and the bolts that are stacked in the rotunda?
I would have been going through all of them. However, since we're still early in the day and we're still up in the tower, so I'd probably go through all of them.
Early in the night?
Yeah, well, early in our day.
We haven't slept yet.
So, you'll notice that there are some phrases that repeat on the dwarven end.
Is it
The
something
one that
along the lines
repeats-
of dragons?
No, it's actually, the one that you find the most of, it almost looks like a name.
Oh.
And the name is Cold Fire. There are others, the other bolts seem to also have names. But the one that you keep seeing is Cold Fire.
So there's other ones that have different names, but the one that shows up the most is Coldfire.
Cold Fire. And if you want, I'll come up with some other names, but the one you see the most, Cold Fire.
Huh. Interesting.
Cold fire. I wonder if these are meant for specific dragons.
It would be hard to be able to target a specific dragon with a bolt. It's not like a bow and arrow where like I see Johnny, so let me pull my Johnny arrow. These takes a little bit longer to load up. And if they happen to have the wrong...
There's elven incantations on the wood that say like true sight, true aim, shit like that.
Oh.
Remember, I already said this, but I'll remind you.
I don't...
You didn't catch that?
Sure, yes.
Yeah. So the elven side and the dwarven side, where the humans have that little connector ring in the middle, the dwarven side has a lot of curses. So it's, you know, my suffering for your suffering. Equivalencies, rages, fires, etc. And then where the band is, it has that title, that name. The elven side has inscriptions for power, for speed, for flight, and for aim. But it also has essentially like what you would expect for like a ballad for it. So it's not like a bulleted list, but flight, aim, whatever. Meh. It's very like scriptural descriptions.
From what I can tell,
So it's the elven
prior to
is
the,
the power, flight, and speed and aim. The human is the name of the person?
Most of the common is written on the band that connects the two.
And the dwarven is the name.
The dwarven is inscripted on the 4-foot-long, 6-inch around, cold, like steel / wrought iron pointy end.
But that has the name.
There's 2 ends. And on, like, right before where the band hits, like where you'd expect a collar, it says Cold Fire in Dwarven.
It seems like for eons prior to the Dragon Wars, these, the races, the mortal races were fighting amongst themselves, and it seems like this is kind of the thing that unified them. It's beautiful in a way.
Until you realize that these were used to literally kill our kind, using this form of combined runic magic we're seeing. So these were mechanical-less ballistas. They shot these bolts with magic, not with any mechanism.
Well, that means that they could still be used even now, or perhaps given the right incantation, or perhaps this is the reason. Like these weapons, are the reason why this village is still targeted by the Void Dragons. Because if they, if they had developed such a brutally efficient killing weapon, then perhaps the Void Dragons wanted to ensure that knowledge was lost.
I go to one of the bolts of Brown Flare. Yeah, that's one of the names. Brown Flare.
It's a good name.
Yeah, great name. And I proceed to read the ruins in the language of it is straight out from beginning to end. I don't want to do one of the Cloudfire ones. I want to do just one of the random other ones. Or Coldfire.
Let me grab you some alternate names. Let me think.
Don't read my name off of there.
Yo, that'd be funny. Yo, it'd be funny if our names are on there.
When Sig
I would be worried.
Kronk is going to be ready with the detect magic because he has a theory about when this thing lights up with magic.
We're gonna die.
Yeah, we're all gonna die. You realize this, right?
Not all of us.
No, don't worry. We're gonna drag Gideon with us.
All of a sudden, he just sees the tower explode, and he goes, "And that's why I sent Roderick."
And that's why.
I'll talk to Roderick in a couple of days.
Oh, that's funny.
Phone call comes in. So I'm sending you some more friends. Hopefully they don't blow up like the last one.
Can we please get less to a title one?
Can we actually get a stealthy party this time?
Oh no, because I'd have to go get the orb. So I go get the orb. The call's just like, hey, yeah. You sent the dumb ones. Can we get some slightly smarter ones? These ones killed themselves literally on the first day.
Is Gideon our black box basically? So
I think so.
Gideon knows what happened.
It's kind of funny because Gideon literally in the last campaign was like the author. He was like the autobiographer. And so it's funny that you say like, oh yeah, you see like the black box. I'm like, ooh, kind of this guy.
Don't worry, I'll tell everybody exactly how you died.
Great. So you're reading these inscriptions, and the ones that you can pick from are Coldfire, Stoneheart, Lockwing.
Wait, Lock?
Shackle.
Wait, Lock?
Lockwing. Shackle. Or Molten Hatred.
Okay, all right. These
Guys,
are not
these aren't
names.
names.
Hatred.
These
Go.
are the
Wait, hold on.
spells.
Like
These-
molten hatred.
These are all right. So let's hear. Lockwing probably stops them from being able to fly. Shackle probably bound them.
Cold fire is
Probably
exactly what it sounds
Probably
like.
shut off their
It-
breath
Yeah.
weapon. That's what cold fire probably is. It shuts off breath weapon.
What was the stone one?
Stoneheart
Had-
and molten hatred. I'm assuming
Yes.
molten hatred is their nuke.
Molten hatred. Molten hatred.
I thought
Or
these
it
were
is-
all fragrances.
Roderick is just pointing at molten hatred.
I think of all of these, the one that's the least one to screw us up is probably Lockwing. So I'm gonna do the Lockwing one.
So the ones that are currently loaded in the ballistas on the wall,
Uh-huh.
there is one cold fire, one molten hatred, and a stone heart.
Cold fire.
The others, the ratios of everything, cold fire is probably the most common one that you see. As you're taking your inventory, Lockwing is the second most common.
Wait, hold on. So most common is
I will write down.
okay, yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to like keep a like tally on this, but if you already have the tally, then
Yeah, well here. There's your tally.
Quick, screenshot it for the Twitch.
Get out of here.
Oh,
I can send you one if you want.
yeah.
Cold
Molten hatred.
Cold fire,
Lockwing,
Stoneheart.
Shackle, molten hatred.
You guys see yourselves in your little reflection. You can see my big old TV in there too.
That's a cool tablet, by the way.
Hey,
Molten
it's an oldie, but a
hatred.
goodie.
I like it.
Okay.
I'm just
so,
saying.
So cold
Be a
fire
man.
is the
Shoot molten hatred.
so the
So
right
as
now loaded is a
Roderick
cold fire,
pointing-
a molten hatred,
Right
and a
now,
Stoneheart.
there is. Here, I'll put asterisks by them if you want.
But you gave me the list, which is cold fire, molten hatred, Stoneheart are the ones that are loaded.
Yes.
The most prevalent ones are cold fire, then Stoneheart, then Lockwing, then Shackle, then molten hatred.
Yeah.
Got it.
So as Roderick is pointing to the molten hatred ballista,
You can't read it.
well, he's just like pointing.
They do, if you guys want to inspect them very closely and take your time inspecting them, you will notice that the iron is different based on the inscription at the band. So those of you who can't recognize the names, that's fine. You can still tell that the iron's different and it lines up per band. Sig, however, would definitely be able to read these names and tell that the iron looks different per name. Like for instance, the cold fire has like a purplish hue underneath the iron. The molten hatred has these little cracks. So although it almost looks like salt flats, it almost looks like salt flats where there's like one layer and then everything's kind of like cracked and then there's another layer in between. It's not very like ominous at this point. But depending on what you want to do next, you'll find out, right? Yeah?
I am going to attempt to disable the ballista that has the cracked molten hatred arrow that Roger's so adamant. So
So I want you to tell me what ability you're using.
disable
And then-
device.
I just saw that one for a second.
What?
What?
Somebody
Pause.
on chat there. I saw one and I was like, oh my god.
Oh, no. I rolled a 10 plus 12 is 22.
So I guess I just need to know what you're trying to disable without tools,
Oh,
because everything's pretty locked down on the ballistas. If you would like to roll a strength check or the equivalent of being able to lift something very large, I will allow you to attempt to remove the ballista bolt from the chute on the machine. As far as disassembling the machine, disable the device is more for like traps, like finding the little wires, trying to figure all that stuff out.
I'll roll a
It's
strength.
not for this to be able to like literally rip apart iron.
I mean, unloading a loaded crossbow, as someone who's done it, I would say is disabling a device.
So
yeah, except for that's a crossbow that doesn't require 3 people to normally move the bolts.
Fair. Yeah, you could say it's impossible for him to uncharge it without pulling the trigger because it takes like 5 people.
I rolled a 12 and I have a 3 modifier, 15 for strength to try to lift the ballista out.
So the ballista bolt, right? That's what you're referring to? You're not referring to the actual ballista itself?
Oh no, I'm hulking the ballista. No.
Okay.
The bolt.
As you go to lift up the bolt, the weight of the 6-inch round, 4-foot long, plus all of the barbs, is a little bit too much for you to feel comfortable lifting it up and out of the chute, particularly because the chute is very narrow, so it's very difficult for you to like get a good grip around it, especially with the level of like, essentially you would need finger strength at first, and then to be able to convert it into full body strength. If you would like to kind of finagle with it for a few minutes, you can take about 10 to 15 minutes to be able to like squiggle it out of the chute and be able to remove the bolt from the bolt.
All right, so
I would want 10 minutes of time for you to try and do it by yourself.
So while he's doing that, I'm gonna go over to of the 3 choices we have. I guess Stoneheart will probably be the safest of the 3.
Kind of what I'm thinking. Is there something out there that we can? I mean, again, I don't know. I have an idea as to how the magic works, but is there something out there that we can use as a target so that we can kind of see, because something like molten fire, we've got a pretty good idea of what that does. Stoneheart, potentially, but is there something that out there that we can try to hit? So it's like, okay, we see what this does.
I mean, so the castle, the way it is there's a clearing around the outside of the fort to just make way for like visualizations. It's a little bit overgrown because the fort really hasn't been occupied in about 20 years. So the trees that are there are probably 6 to 8 foot high, scattered, but outside of that kind of like obviously clear-cut ring, there's a deeper forest. Certainly you could aim for trees, you could aim for a large boulder in the field, you could aim for it, but it would all be natural structures. There's no like there's not like a canvas tent, there's not like a makeshift building.
Well, let's see if we can even like,
you can send Hey You out there.
I mean, if you launch it, if you launch this ballista bullet, I'm going with it. So
I go to the Stoneheart
nothing
one.
says low profile like firing an ancient weapon that says molten fire on it into the darkness.
Speak now or forever hold your peace. I'm removing this bolt. I don't think this bolt should be loaded. It looks.
Are you removing it by firing it, or are you removing it by removing it?
By removing it.
Oh, okay.
So I go over to the Stoneheart one, and I will read the inscription out loud in the languages of it.
And I have detect magic ready to kind of see what's going on when he does that.
So I do believe there's a thing called use magical device, is there not?
I have it.
Would you be able to roll that for me?
Yeah, it's something I do really well.
Okay.
It's charisma. It's charisma, and I'm a paladin.
Nice. You put all your points in strength and charisma.
Yep, damn right.
Sir Terry.
Oh, this works out beautifully. 19. 28.
How is that a charisma check? That's so
damn. That is amazing.
I want a fortitude save.
Oh.
I do fort saves do well also.
Yep, go ahead.
I
no
do.
one else needs to roll a fort
26.
Damn, man.
Paladin.
Yeah. Damn, son.
So as you start to read this incantation, Kronk is going to be able to feel some of the inbuilt magic of this bolt start to trigger at the spoken word.
Oh,
However,
something's happening.
as you read it,
Uh-huh.
although your sensations have changed since you have the polymorph ability, i.e., if someone stabs you in the shoulder, it feels as though it's a human shoulder in your proprioception.
Okay.
You feel it almost feels like a paralysis that snakes down what does not feel like a humanoid neck for you. It feels like the sensation that you have resumed your dragon form and that every single vertebrae in your back has fused.
Oh.
Now, I need to know if you want to keep reading this incantation.
Ooh, that's sneaky.
Yes.
That's some powerful magic.
Yes?
Yeah.
I want another fortitude save.
Good luck.
I believe in my paladin abilities, hopefully.
I'm glad somebody does.
I believe.
You may
I
believe
believe.
in paladin
Well,
abilities.
the good news
but
is
do you
on that
believe
one.
in your dice.
That one's a natural 20.
Ooh, nice.
That's 29.
As you continue to read, the sensation continues to spread into the feeling as though your joints are no longer able to flex. As you are continuing to read, you will feel as though it spreads out from your spine. Again, does not feel as though you feel it in your humanoid bones. This feels as though you had resumed your dragon form and are becoming immobile.
Interesting.
You are
Kelly-
not taking any damage.
Is there any visual cue that this is happening? Like, is it glowing or?
So I will get to the bolt in a second. But as far as the only visual cue that you would have for him, because he is succeeding on his fortitude saves, he seems fairly normal externally. The bolt itself, you guys can kind of like sense a little bit of a vibration, but it doesn't seem to have much of a visual cue other than some. What are you on, Cat? Chill out. Thank you. It doesn't seem to have much of a visual cue other than you can kind of see that the lettering seems as though there's like a little bit of a light produced, and it's like a bluish hue.
I'm gonna die.
Bonus.
And to think.
Did you say bonitis?
Thank God I
regret that I have
thank God I didn't
bonitis.
listen to Thick and do Molten Fire. This would have been great for everyone.
Oh my god.
Listen,
I'm sorry, not Molten
I
Fire.
was chanting
Molten
for
Hatred.
I was chanting for
Molten
molten
hatred,
hatred for the
yeah.
memes.
Molten Hatred. No. We ain't that dumb.
Maybe you're not.
Why
I
do you
am.
think I was disabling the scary-looking one?
They're all scary looking. They're all big ballistas. Of course they're all scary looking.
Okay,
I think that should be our war cry before we head into battle. We need to yell for the memes.
For the
For the
memes.
memes.
So where am I at
I'll be right
right
back.
now with reading this inscription and how I'm feeling?
So you have barely made it for the first 2 lines of this inscription, and there's a good 8 to 10 lines additional.
Oh my gosh.
I just realized.
And this is
I
just the
didn't-
dwarven. This is not the human or.
You are reading whatever you want to read on it. It does not matter to me. You are reading from this ballista bolt
Got
that
it.
is labeled Stoneheart.
Hey, Travis, I got your lightning. It's here now.
Oh, y'all good?
Boom, 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 boom.
Um,
I believe that this was not meant to be read by dragons.
Let's do one more.
To be fair, that's a little bit meta, but we'll allow it.
One more.
All right.
One more round of this.
Okay.
For the
I'm not
memes.
done with the abuse.
One more
So-
round of this. All
For
right,
the
so
memes.
you're on
For the
line
memes.
like 2 out of 12 at least,
Yep.
and you want to keep going.
Yeah, give me the
So-
third line.
So while he's reading this, what kind of magic is Kronk detecting? Because he's got detect magic going while this is happening. Is this-
That's a great question. Can I have a list and I can tell you which it's
Yeah.
the most akin to?
Sure. If y'all want to keep going, I can get you a list.
I think I can force even.
Already got it coming up.
Yeah.
You got it? All right,
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah.
I always end up, when I try to rattle them off the top of my head, I always end up forgetting something. I mean, my guess is, like, some of them are probably evocation, especially Flame Strike is going to be super evocation.
I'm gonna post it.
Yep. Where do you want it in Discord?
Facebook.
Facebook, got it.
If it's a link, Facebook.
No, it's just the text. I don't have a link. Because I grabbed it from the forums because it was faster. In campaign.
Campaign text.
Oh,
You're in my DMs.
what happened to sending it on Facebook?
Just ignore the rest of the stuff, just the colors is what matters.
This doesn't help you. So,
That's the color of the auras.
I understand that.
What are you looking for exactly then?
Looking for the school?
Yeah, it's getting nifty here.
It was, our poor tomato plants got knocked over. Now I'm thinking I'm gonna have to replant them because they pretty much fell out of the tank. Which makes me very sad.
It's only a matter of time before I fail one of these fort saves. And then I die. For the memes, of course.
For the memes, hashtag for the memes. This is super important.
No, listen, I have to roleplay this 7 wisdom.
You're doing a fabulous job of it. To be
You
sure.
said you needed to detect magic. I've got to give you 3 rounds of detect magic
You've
pushing.
now.
This is
Oh my
line
God.
3, so this is your 3rd round.
There we go. 3 rounds of detect magic.
Yep.
If I don't know what this shit is by the end of this, your sacrifice will have been in vain. I promise you.
My character
Hey,
understands magic. He doesn't understand wisdom. You want me to
will
power
have-
through this? I will power through this for you.
You will have the complete stanza in Kronk's epic poem when all is said and done.
So I'm gonna have to go with there's gonna be multiple colors.
Oh,
Yeah,
Jesus
no worries.
Christ.
And
I figured as much.
Multi-phasic attack activate.
yeah. So despite the colors of the runes glowing like a blue, a physical blue, the
Okay.
color of your aura that you're starting to see, it initially started out as kind of a almost like a deep indigo, like a halfway point between where red fades into black. It has like a purplish hue. However, as Sig continues to read, the whole thing is starting to shift into almost like, I hate these colors. I would much rather these not be these colors at all. The whole thing's starting to shift into more of like a really grotesque, like swampy green.
Ooh.
That's the best that I can do with that list that you've done given me, and not being able to look at all the different spells underneath each school. So,
Okay.
So
So it's
transmutation into abjuration.
kind of what it sounds like. Okay.
All right, let me give you my fort
Transmutation,
save for the
abjuration.
third round then.
Yay!
I would like to point out my god has protected me, and there's my natural 20 again.
How?
And I will stop.
After the nat 20, you're like, and we're done.
Two nat 20s in a row. I'm done.
As you're reading,
So this
and
is
you
round
go to
3.
take a breath because you're out of breath.
Yeah.
You realize that your diaphragm isn't moving.
Nice.
And for 12 seconds,
Okay.
you cannot physically move it. You are not allowed to speak for that 12 seconds. But during those 12 seconds, as you're unable to physically speak the next word, those effects seem to fade off, and you'll see the magical auras start to disappear and the runes become quiet again.
Okay, so
He is uncharacteristically quiet. Look at him.
you good over there? Oh, by the way, guys, I managed to get this bolt out of this thing.
Please be
That
careful
was
with
heavy.
it. The magic seems to have worked upon our. Even though we are all in our human forms, it definitely has affected Siegfried as though he were in his
Damn.
dragon form.
You
and this is
would
a
not have known that
That's true.
without talking to him.
and
hey,
this is a
Stig, what's up?
this is a counterpoint, real quick.
Ow.
Hey, you, that anything is a butt plug if you're brave enough.
Question. What? Butt plug.
Oh, I'm sorry, cloaca plug.
There we go.
I think you need to butt check that. Would you like to roll butt
How
check?
big are we in our
That is a good question regarding
How
our
big are we
amulets.
on the dragon form, Jesus?
Do we have like
Yes,
are these
this-
butts that
this-
we have constructs? Are they functional butts?
Now, I got a better question is, now that we know that our equipment does not grow or shrink with us, one does not want a dildo in their butt when they revert to human form, or else that would be a problem.
At least not
Well-
a dragon-sized dildo.
I need
It
to
burns!
I suppose it would be the opposite problem. If you had a
Ultimately,
human-sized-
if that were the case, because it requires, you need to want the spell to work to be a human.
That's true.
I'm pretty sure you'd fail your concentrations as your anus was torn. So,
You'd
Your cloaca was
part
going.
way there, and you'd go, nope, and then it would be like, okay.
As you
we're
just
gonna
start
do
going,
this
I'm
again."
good, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good.
We're staying in dragon form. Got it. Yeah, cool.
Well, now we know how to keep someone in dragon form that we want to keep in dragon form. I insert the dragon form enforcer. We're just gonna call it the dragon form enforcer. We're just gonna
Oh my
go ahead,
gosh.
revert back into human. I dare you.
I dare you.
I'm
dare
glad
you.
that we're coming up with solutions we didn't even know we had problems for.
Anyway,
Well, okay. Somebody used very powerful magic to enchant these things.
So-
Siegfried, you look like crap. I don't mind telling you that.
well, not being able to breathe kind of sucked.
You
Well, I
weren't
mean,
able
I've been
to
there
breathe?
earlier tonight.
Wait, you weren't able to breathe? What was it? What happened?
What happened?
Well, it was voluntary. I
I-
was in a bag. It's
Not
don't
you.
yuck my
No,
yum.
not you.
So, as I was
Oh.
reading it, I felt my other self starting to freeze. And as I got further, it spread, and then eventually it's like my lungs locked up. I couldn't breathe.
Quick side note, you know the stream is off?
What?
It's off?
No, I'm on still. I'm still going.
That says,
I have that it's still on right now.
2 hours, 9 minutes and counting.
I mean, I have that it's... What's this?
Are you on the wrong
Yeah.
stream? Are you watching the wrong person?
Are you watching
Nope, I was
someone
watching
else?
a video you had. Oh.
Wow.
Okay.
That's awesome.
Wow.
I figured it out. Hey, I figured it out.
Good job. I'm proud of you. For the
We
memes.
got it. We got it.
It's for the memes.
It is for the memes.
Or, you know, since I'm creating, since I'm a Twitch person, I have to create content. It's for the content.
Yeah. You are a content creator.
It's for the content.
Yes.
Just make sure your content has a base.
Without a base, without a trace.
My
Everyone
content
is there.
always has a base.
Yay.
What?
So yeah, I'm glad I didn't read the other arrows. I can tell you
I
that
wonder
much.
what cold fire would have done.
Especially that one, and I pointed at the molten hatred.
That's now on the floor.
How much does
You're
this
welcome.
ballista weigh?
The ballista?
Yes.
Probably upwards of 800 to 1,200 pounds.
Damn. We need a bigger bag of holding. We'll have to come back later.
Yeah.
Or a spell to shrink.
Because I would love to carry one of these in a bag of holding, and then one day when you just need to deal with it, you just throw it out of the bag of holding.
Well, you just need to deal with that big old void dragon you pissed off, huh?
Yep. That's why I want to bring a nuke with me. Called Molten Hatred.
Great idea. What would be good against a void dragon? I would assume that things would just pass through them. I don't.
I wonder
know
what
much
it actually
about
does
things.
now. Does it induce rage? Or is it a nuke?
Well, I'm assuming it's probably a nuke based off of the other names. So, alright, so we now know Stoneheart is a paralysis.
Couldn't have told you that much.
Shackle's probably a bind. Lockwing is probably an anti-flight. Cold Fire is probably anti-breath weapon. Which leaves Molten
Or just
Hatred, which is
damage.
probably just damage.
I think cold fire is just damage.
I don't
because-
think so, because they want to shut off the breath weapon. It's
And
one of the...
what better way to fight dragons than with dragons? Induce the rage and they'll kill each other.
Oh. Oh, you want me to activate Cold Fire and see what happens to you? What's the worst that happens?
Not
We die?
Not particularly.
Yeah, what's your fortitude save, Dustin?
Yeah, let's see. If the paladin wants to do that, I'm fine with that.
I have a
But,
plus.
the
I have a
rest of
plus 9
us,
fortitude save. What did the rest of you guys have?
You are probably rocking better than me. What's my fort? Hang on. I have
At
to look.
most, I would assume probably you could have an
I got a
8 if you're a +4/+4.
I got a +6.
Hey, that's not bad.
I'm not
I
putting
have
that
a
to the
class
test.
+4.
I'm at a +6, but
You
I've
know,
been
you know
rolling
who
like
I
shit
think
all
would do
night.
great with this? Let's go get Gideon and have him try and activate one.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sure his fort
Okay,
save would be
Gideon.
great.
Quetzal, would you like to
Glares
be a
at
hero?
And then points at Molten Fury.
Like, I want to do the molten hatred.
That one.
You're lucky he can't talk.
I'm lucky I'm the one that speaks the languages. we're,
Fair.
we're safe right now. It's locked behind Siegfried. I might not be wise, but I'm at least intelligent. I learned my lesson.
Oh my god.
Lesson learned. Intelligence activated. I may not be smart to touch the hot stove, but I'll learn that lesson afterwards.
That's awesome.
Uh-oh. Internet's being internet.
Love it. Oh no, is the
Me?
internet interneting?
Yeah.
No.
It's holding tight barely. But we're still
yours?
good. Yeah.
Alright.
Come on, internet.
Alright, so, you've now dinked around with the ballista.
Yay.
Um,
I like to call it performed important research,
Mhm.
but that's just me.
there.
We
Alright,
know-
we've
but we
now
also know there's-
investigated the ballista bolt.
But there's also we also know that these bolts have multiple magics on it.
There are some that are not labeled as well, but
Why'd the ballista bolt have to be so heavy?
So here is a question I have for you.
No,
my
the
companions.
bolt wasn't that heavy. The
What
ballista
what
itself
rune was activating when I read it? All of it, or just the dwarven?
Oh, good question.
so the way that I was gonna play it is that no matter which portion of it that you read, it was still gonna have the same effect because there's an order of operations in order to actually launch them.
My question is, can I break off the tip and take the tip with me? And will the tip still work?
Well,
If you
Wait.
want to break off the tip,
Uh-huh.
I have a question. Just the tip?
Just the tip.
right?
Okay.
I
the
just want
tip-
just the dwarven in me.
the tip is over 200 pounds,
Okay, so I'd have to empty
and
everything
you would
from the
need
bag
to
of
try and
holding.
figure out how to break it from the wood because there is a collar.
I have hatchet. I can go through the wood.
This isn't magical elven wood, bitch. You better, if you want to do this, you're gonna have to make all the appropriate saves, fam.
All of the it's like the entire
You think
world
this is? You think that? Do you think I
doesn't
tested
want you to do
twigs?
this.
Steven, you think I had the entire army of dragons defeated by a freaking bundle of twigs held together by some human duct tape and some dwarven metal? Really? That's what you're gonna think that I had? Kill the entire race of dragons?
I don't know. These
Yes.
are humans. They do human things.
The only common that's on there is on that collar. The collar that attaches the dwarven to the human is the human is the connecting piece. Read the connecting piece. Shout out to Travis. Thank you for your comment earlier. And then elven is the back. So
But no matter what part, like if I were to start reading the
literally
elven out
only
loud,
human part
I
is the
still-
label.
if I start reading the elven, I would start getting the paralysis effect. If I read the human, I feel the paralysis effect. Okay.
All the signs, like from Absu, are pointing to we shouldn't be messing with this stuff.
All
We need
signs
to
point to
figure out
molten
a way-
hatred.
We need to figure out a way
No,
to destroy
Roger.
all of it, definitely. But the answers don't seem to lie here. And I wouldn't want to use our own weapons against even the Void Dragons because that seems like that would paint a target on our home up north. You know, Void dragons can go there too and slaughter their kin. They have no compunctions about slaughtering humans.
So is the manner of destroying the ballista, or Siegfried, do you believe that should we just scratch out some of these runes, it would not be able to be fired?
I don't think the magic will erase as easily as that.
Well, atop this lonely tower up here, surrounded by these very deadly weapons, I can only assume, boys, that this is the best time to reach out and get some answers.
That seems like a sensible thing to do. Do you want to use the orb?
Yeah.
Doesn't,
The only other question I have is...
Who has the orb?
I have the orb. It's in the bag of holding.
Oh,
Good
is
thing,
it?
Gideon doesn't have it.
Well, he would have had to know it was in the bag of holding and then will it out of the bag of holding.
I mean, we all know it's there. We've watched you put it in there.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
It was a
back
fun
at
night.
us.
The only other question I have is, do we really want to be calling again so soon? Because we've already called once. And now, 2 hours later,
She
yes.
called you. She called you for the new arrival.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I thought I called her and we had the discussion at the same time.
The new arrival was she rang you and caused that little thing to vibrate. You
Got
did
it.
not initiate that.
Yeah. Okay, got it.
And that's
That
when
was-
you ducked to
Good,
the
at
house.
least.
Yeah, I ducked into the house at that point. Okay. I thought I ranked her. Sorry. I mean, it's up to you guys. I feel like we're not going to be telling her much more than she probably already knows, that they created magical items to try and kill us.
Well, I think that it would behoove us to, I mean, we know about another city further down the road with some artifice.
And we
perhaps.
know of the cave to the west.
Yes. So that we have some things to investigate, but
I say we go pay our dues to Anna. Well, let's go crash. Let's go get some rest. We'll pay
So then
our
the
dues.
question becomes, are we going south to the town or west to the cave?
I say we go south to the town, figure out more about what's going on, and see if the dragons attacked anywhere else.
well, the town seems like a very big endeavor, with a lot of I don't know, a lot of opportunities to do something stupid and out ourselves. So perhaps we should head to the cave to just
Because we know,
maybe get a little bit more practice being human.
and if nothing else, the cave.
Being human in a cave? What
Oh,
the
yeah.
fuck?
No,
Plus, on
can
top of
be
that, we
human in a
know-
cave.
God.
You want to know what they're gonna do? They're gonna go make a campfire in the cave and practice telling ghost stories.
Yes.
That's what I hear.
There once was this cloaca.
Oh no, too scary.
Well, all that was left behind on the truck was a hook.
The only reason why I would suggest
Well,
the
Quetzal's
cave.
over here naming his dildo after Molten Fury.
The only reason why I would suggest the cave is we know that their base
Stoneheart.
was in the cave at some point, and that might give us more information to then hand back to our leaders about the void dragons at that point, assuming if anything was left behind.
I'd rather see any further evidence of any attacks. Get some more information on this side of things.
Well, we should definitely, since we're divided, we should go wherever Kronk wants to go. Where do you want to go, Kronk?
Kronk's got-
What is this? The plot's decision? Here you
Yeah.
go. The plot
Wait,
decision.
all right, here we go. Kronk's gut
Roll
check.
plot device.
Where does Kronk's gut think that we should go?
I was gonna suggest to do this, but I'm really glad you came to it on your
All
own.
right, plot device.
All right, plot device. Kronk's stomach says with a 7, we
Krok's-
should go.
Croc's plot
It's a
ulcer
7.
says.
You got a
It's
7.
It's a 7.
It's a 7.
Croc's
Because
plot ulcer.
My gut is tired.
His gut says go home.
You
My gut says
hungry?
I need sleep.
You hungry? I'm burning.
Krok-
Send me the
yeah,
omeprazole.
Kronk's gut. You can't tell if it's indigestion or indecision, but he feels as though there's really not a whole lot of difference. And even if they go to the cave and there's nothing at the cave, he would have plenty of time to write a few more lyrics for his next greatest hits. Although the city does sound particularly interesting, it maybe has been brought up to him that his interactions as though he were a human are a little bit rusty. So aiming straight for an advanced city, maybe he should spend some time songwriting rather than an advanced city. I will
I
give you
can
guys
tell
this
when
one
I'm
though. If you can pick whatever you want, but I will get you a map for next time if you want. I'll get you a map that you will have found in Anna's place. The city that they're going to be referencing from. It's not going to happen yet. It's just not.
Cave
You
it
can walk-
is.
You can walk that direction if you want, but that city cannot happen yet.
Cave. Got it.
What?
That area is still loading.
if
Kronk's
if,
gut
if,
says
uh,
cave.
I can
If
tell
a
when that-
DM says that you can't go somewhere, that just
No,
entices
The DM says it's not that you can't go there yet. It's just you're gonna pass a lot of stuff on the way.
There's
So
the-
and you're welcome to try and bypass everything and get to the truck so that you can sing about the dog and the wife that left you and the trucks.
Super important.
But the things that city is close would be a misnomer. Does that make sense? It's not a very close city.
So the cave is closer.
Cave is
we should go to the
definitely
cave.
closer. There's also
Yeah.
going to be other cities that are closer as well too.
What's
Hey.
what's
Church Gronk's gut says cave.
Kronk's
I know when I'm
gut says
beaten.
the cave.
All right, I say
Yeah.
cave then. Well, we already knew my stance.
All right, so I say we head back to Anna's house and we rest up for a bit, and then we say our
Go to the
adieus and
cave.
bid our adieus, give our thanks, and we head out.
Why do I have Mylahim written here on my notes?
Malahim,
That's the.
it's the name of the city.
Oh, that's the name of the city.
that we are currently in,
Oh, they were currently in the destroyed city.
the destroyed city.
The destroyed city.
And then we are going to go to the cave, and the cave is going to be named what?
Cave.
Wonders.
Well, it's cave. No.
Cave right now until
Secret tunnel.
until we get there and there's a giant sign above it that says "Evil Void Dragon Home, Falamana."
There we
Secret
go.
tunnel. Secret tunnel.
Wait, I have a song for this. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel.
Phenomena.
All right, hold up. If you make a secret tunnel song for next session, I will give you 5 rerolls to use in combat or out of combat.
That's bullshit.
All right. See,
If you make a
favoritism.
legitimate secret
This is-
tunnel song, and here, how about this?
This
How
is
about
veterinary nepotism
This?
here.
I will give you up to 5,
Up to 5. Okay.
but dependent on the song rating as judged by your fellow party members.
That's messed up.
Oh!
Wait.
Oversight.
That's some messed up college shit right there. Where like we're all sitting
Uh.
there grading each other's paper. Who's gonna actually give the F? Who's gonna give
Okay.
the F?
I'll see-
Here's
I'll
the
see
thing,
what I
though.
can
Here's
do.
the
Who's
thing.
the Simon Cow here?
There's 4 of you
Probably Dustin.
and 1 of me, so I don't need a out of 5 rating from you guys. I just need a did that make us laugh and smile, or did not make
Can
us
can
laugh
this
and
be a
smile?
secret ballad?
It can be a secret ballad.
Secret ballad.
Secret ballad.
Secret ballad.
We
Secret ballad.
we have yet to use Dragon's Secret, so when we do the vote, you should drag us in there like it's freaking any one of those
sounds fair.
like
All
it's
right,
like
that's
just so it's
cool.
like
The other-
like just like his
other
biggest
offer-
brother, so you can bring us in. You can be like, all right, what is your vote?
The other offer that I'm totally willing to extend is if you wanted to write a small little journal entry for your dragon, you can have 2 re-rolls for the next session.
Oh, all right. So journal entry or secret tunnel song.
To be fair, it would be very biased of me to say that Kronk was not allowed to have a journal entry. So, if Kronk wants a journal entry, everyone else I would like in first person, but I feel like Kronk would refer to themselves as a third person.
Oh, Kronk absolutely refers to himself in third person.
In which case, I don't need a lot. Just a little snippet about what you found today, the ballistas or the void dragon stuff.
Yes.
And 2 re-rolls, and they will stack. So if you don't want to use them now, you can use them down the line.
I feel like this is the easiest 2 re-rolls for me ever.
Yeah.
Made a carving. Looked pretty good.
Carving.
Roderick found some crazy stuff.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
but
true.
I can't see what Roderick sees.
Oh shit!
Good.
I screwed up.
I have to choose, and I used it during the thing. I can only do it so much.
If you want, Thick, you can certainly write it about the stuff that happened before.
I'm just I think I can just say, made this really dope carving.
All right, but you have to send me pictures of the actual carving that you did most recently.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, his journal entry is a picture of the carving.
Yep.
I did.
So I'm just so you know, I wanted to double check myself on my bag of holding. It's more than 250 because I've got the level 2 bag. But it's still not enough for the bolt, or else I would still be taking a bolt with me.
And then just kind of like dropping it.
Yeah, it would be great one day. Like when the world's going to shit, you pull the nuke out and you just start screaming the incantation of Molten Hatred as you're running away.
I mean, that really depends on what you think would happen.
That's a great question, but that's why I said that's when the world is going to shit and you have nothing to lose.
Maybe you could poll all of your friends in the vicinity to see if they felt any of that bolt's effects.
I felt nothing. I'm still too inebriated.
I'm telling you guys, it's not a nuke.
What is it? Hey, you?
You know what you should do, hey you?
It's the name Molten Hatred. I didn't think a street urchin needed to tell you guys what hatred means. It's not the hatred of the humans.
Let's see here.
It's the hatred of Samcat.
No!
He has no hatred. Look at him.
Sam Best
I'm
Cat.
telling you, if you start to recite the incantation on this bolt, you're going to induce a murderous rage. A berserker murderous rage in which we will attack our own allies.
Would you like to make fuck berserker?
Did he say making fuck?
Would you like to make an berserker?
And to be fair, I already rage. But my rage is more induced in song.
Well,
I can make all of you rage.
All right, so we
should go rest for the journey to the cave shall be long and storied.
Hard.
There.
Well,
I sent my army of carvings.
All right. So
It's in Dragon Chat.
rest, say goodbye, fly to cave. Well, how far away is the cave on foot versus flying?
You'd be able to get there in like a day's hike.
All right,
But-
so we could do a
I
day
really
travel.
think we
for
need
that.
to limit our flight time.
I know. Well, that's what I'm saying is like, that means we could sleep now, wake up tomorrow morning, and take the walk tomorrow.
Yeah.
So we don't have to like sleep through the day and lose another day again.
Yeah, because it's only, what, like 2, 3 o'clock
Yeah.
now? After the climb of the tower. So,
does it, I mean, Does losing a day matter? I'm still unclear as to
Uh,
whether or not there's a present threat other than the Void Dragon,
well,
coming
remember,
after Siegfried.
our
Yeah.
initial mission is to figure out why the humans are pushing. So yes, we are on a timer, so to speak.
Well, I mean,
It's not like you have 30 days. It's we've noticed this.
Yeah, but it's still. That's
I'll
what I said.
find out
It's
why.
still a. There's a counter. It's not a tight counter, but it's still a counter.
So let's head back to Anna's house.
Which is
All in
why.
favor?
Which is why it's okay for us
Huh?
to walk there instead of having to go full dragon warp 9 there, so we can cut down time. You know, we're not that under tight construct.
As you guys get back to Anna's house,
It's on
Zeke
fire.
was kind of like waiting in the door for you guys. He's like, "How was it? Aren't they cool?"
Cool's a word.
they look massive. How did you load them all? Like teams?
Yeah, it took like 4 guys.
4 guys.
Goodness.
That's they must have been big and burly and strong.
Call
Or
down.
dwarves. I think dwarves can lift
Dwarves.
anything.
Call down, Quiggles.
Yeah, the dwarves didn't really want to be here for that part.
Oh,
It did help.
So. So these bolts, they have 3 languages on them.
Mm-hmm.
And while I was reading them, like nothing was really happening. Like, was there supposed to be something that happens when I read them?
Well, I guess it depends on if you have the magic inside you.
The magic inside you.
inside you?
Well, of course, you can't expect to be able to use elven magic without having the elven magic inside you.
Everybody knows that an elf is a magical person.
You would know.
I only half know.
Oh.
His mom
Well,
got together
shucks.
with a UPS man.
UPS. Mm.
Yes. Universal Pre-Service.
The United People Service.
Can't say as I've ever heard of them, but must have been
Yeah,
pretty attractive to win
Yeah, see,
themselves an elf.
his mother hooked up with a worshiper of Caden Kalen. That's why he has a obsession with rum and brine shrimp.
You know, that makes a lot of sense. But tell me, what's supposed to happen when you read the runes? And is there anyone within the village that reads all of those languages?
There used to be. And it does what a weapon does. Such as war. You know?
And
He
is-
seems really, like, nonchalant about it. He's just like,
like, dude, it works. It's war. It's fine.
was a weapon. They used it as a weapon. That's what they do.
But
War-
when they were firing
War
them,
never
were they
changes.
already magical and then they would fire it, or would there be like some like elf on the hill screaming out words and then they become magical?
Be right back.
That's a good question. I don't know if I really was too much of a participant in that part. I just kind of stood back and watched. But I do know, in order to fire them, you had to have magic in your heart.
In your heart. It's a good line, Albrecht.
Guess that's part of the poem now.
Yes, it is. Magic in your heart. I will remember.
All this talk of dragons and ballistas. Ugh. Not to mention how heavy they were. Really got me tuckered out.
I will sleep well this evening. Thank you, Zeke, for your help and for lending us this lantern. It's very nice.
Sure. Did it help you?
It did. Well, we do not possess the ability to see in the dark. So it was lovely to be able to see what we were doing.
He takes the
Siegfried
lantern
could
back.
instead see in the dark.
He's like, well, I kind of meant with the ballista, but I'm glad it helped you see. And he like
Wait,
puts
with
it up,
the
and the light goes out.
with the ballista, we did not wish to set it off.
Each their own. That's all you wanted to see.
Well, we did want to see the ballistas, but were we supposed to use your lantern to set them off?
No, of course not. That'd be reckless. Anna
That
says
would-
don't be reckless.
Yes, that would indeed be very reckless. Wink.
Did you just say weak?
I always say wink.
That's how you know it's serious.
Well, that's another mystery that we have to solve for another day. Why Kronk says wink instead of just winks?
It's an audio media. I don't know.
So, so do we want to rest and then head to the cave?
I believe that's the plan, yes.
Yes.
All right, let's do that.
We do that! We sleep.
We sleep.
I watch them sleep.
Oh no, this is not good.
That's creepy. Don't watch us sleep.
Well, welcome to the Grand Protector Siegfried with the Ring of Sustenance. I watch you sleep.
No, creepy.
Oh,
And
paladins!
then
Paladins are so
the
weird.
question becomes, I know it's only 10 and we started late. Did you want to start a whole new section of the adventure? Sam, I'm trying to talk.
He's like, I want to show the
I
world
want
my
my
butt.
butt.
Don't
See my butt!
My butt.
Look at
Look
my
at the
butt!
butt and despair.
No, he wants the things open.
Oh.
So he was
Butt.
like pawing at them, asking for me to. Did you want to go ahead and start the journey to the caves today, and then we'll do that next time, or do you want to just keep going and then y'all will let me know when you're tired?
I mean, I'm good with. Wait, what are we? Let's see. Today is the. So the next time would be the 31st if we played in 2 weeks.
Yeah. So why don't we say our goodbyes to Anna and get out of town into the direction of
Yeah, it'll
the
be
mountains?
the good cutoff point would be the second we go on foot and leaving the town, and
Yeah,
we have a
like-
cool epilogue. And our adventurers travel down the road on to their next adventure.
And,
Yes.
and,
Also,
do some
I
credits.
also-
Tune in next time.
Tune in next time when Siegfried does stupid shit and learns from his mistake.
fully
The dragon
second that.
and the storm.
I would also happily provide an alternative of I can drop you at the front of the cave. If you guys wanted to get your stuff around, get your stuff together, we'll go through a little journey to the cave, a couple little hints about what may or may not be in the cave, and I will drop you at the front of it.
As we leave, I give Anna a quick bow, and
She's late.
I thought she'd be awake by the time we're up and leaving.
We weren't. I guess you guys said that you went to bed. I haven't put her back yet.
Yeah,
My
we
question
could-
was,
She's an NPC. She's walking around town right now until her timer runs out. And...
you have to put the basket over her head and then steal the lantern
Nice day
back.
for fishing, ain't it?
This is true.
Nice day for
Awesome.
fishing, ain't it? Uh-huh.
But
But
I
sure,
was.
you know, I will go through the wake up phase. The wake up phase is that y'all will wake up to the smell of cooking bacon.
Yay!
Because
Yo, thankfully it's
Zeke-
bacon and not
Zeke
dragons. That'd be
decided
weird.
that he was gonna help out and make some breakfast for you guys before I got out.
When
With the magic of,
the
with
only
the
thing I
magic of
want to do
heart.
before, because I don't have to sleep for the most part.
You know, you're just zoning out in your meditation.
Yeah. Well, it's no meditation. It's part of the ring. Ding, 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 ding.
Wait, hang on. I got something for this.
Uh-oh. What do you have?
And he did stare all night at the heroes while they slept, creepily, unblinkingly, with worshipful Apsu staring over him.
I love
And he
Apsu!
did stare continuously into the night.
All praise Apsu!
The lantern.
Thanks, I hate it.
Yeah, before
The
Anna
lantern.
comes in,
Right?
Mhm.
So everyone
I
goes
asked-
to bed. The elemental does what?
Cooks bacon.
The elemental has put away the lantern
Okay.
upstairs from once he got it. And then he falls asleep in the fire hearth.
Okay. Do I know where the lantern is?
You could assume that it's probably kept in one of the rooms upstairs.
Yeah, I'm not gonna take that risk. Never mind.
when we wake up and smell the bacon, I ask Zeke if I could see the lantern again after hearing the conversation last night about using it to fire off the ballista. I want to inspect it a little more.
So as he is cooking some bacon on a cast iron pan in hearth, and you're asking this stuff, he's like, I'd probably get it, but maybe we should wait till everyone wakes up, and then they can have snacks.
Oh, repair.
Is that bacon?
It's bacon, but I heard you keep talking about shrimp before, so there's shrimp over in the ice chest. You can have some of that if you prefer.
Ice chest? Quetzal's already there.
He's like,
Hey, goes to reach in to try to grab a piece of bacon out of the cast iron.
your humanoid flesh is a little angry about that, but you successfully take a piece of bacon out and
Yes.
And take a point of
Yummy
damage.
bacon. Oh.
I'm almost done. What are you doing?
He prefers some floppy.
I couldn't help myself.
You need that happy medium where it's got that nice
That's
floppiness
it.
but doesn't
all
break
I
when
see
you
is
bend
the,
it.
like, that one scene from Haikyuu where all they're just screaming meat and doing the like.
meat.
Yeah, but they're literally in like, you know, the dance line that they do where they like have like the line of people and it's just like all in those little circles. It's literally like me. It's very stupid. But either way, that's what I see when you're air-handing bacon, uncooked bacon out of the pan. Bacon is shared, food is shared. Anna comes down pretty shortly. And whereas he had kind of like made a plate for you guys to share, he actually goes and separately makes a little separate one for Anna and gives her the whole dish as it was. And then he turns back to Heiyu and he's like, so you wanted to see that lantern again?
Please.
Anna kind of turns to him and is like, and so he goes upstairs and he gets it. And he brings it back down. And it's off. That black candle is still in there. As you're looking at it a little bit closer, the like ironwork on the side, it's almost like stained glass, except for it's clear. Other than that, the hinges look pretty normal. The inscription was, I wrote it down. Adventure for all, to all who want. And then the he like hands it to you to look at. He does seem like he's keeping a pretty close eye on it. He kind of makes this little, like, quick little statement. He's like, now don't drop it. It's real important.
If it's very important that it shouldn't be dropped, then I shouldn't hold it.
What do you think?
Well, yeah, that's why I gave it to Kronk.
Wait, what? I gave the lantern back. Yeah.
Kronk is who you give things to when you want them hucked across the room.
I don't know.
I think he gets it, you know? He gets it. It's just a feeling I get.
Kronk is an artiste. He definitely knows when something is fragile and important. He was like, "Oh, this feels like a plot point. I will take extra
Feels
care."
like a plot point. Ah, yes, +1 RP point.
Hey, that's what that gut check is for.
Right?
This feels like a plot point. Oh my goodness.
Well, Zeke, if you trust Crunk so much, do you mind if he holds on to it for a while?
No, sorry. I have a feeling you guys are gonna leave us soon, and this thing stays right here.
Describe what exactly it is. I mean, besides being a wonderful receptacle for that heatless blue flame, what is the other purpose of this lantern?
I always think that there's multiple purposes to everything. You wouldn't know until you try.
Oh, that's very true. But you did say that this is fragile, so we'll just go.
He also says, there's not many places my flame can go without me. This lantern, it can do the trick.
That's interesting. Throat's weird.
Is there like a I don't know. The only skill that I have that might even like he's an elemental, so I don't have nature or anything that would help. Dag. I just have knowledge religion. I don't even have knowledge planes.
You want to roll a base intelligence? Base wisdom?
I could roll
Does
base
he
wisdom.
want to come with us in the lantern, or a piece of him in the lantern?
Let's let Travis finish his roll, and then we can bring that up.
I have a lot of brine shrimp in me. Oh, that's a 23. It's fueled with the power of brine shrimp. I get to see this day with a new light.
So with some kind of 2 plus 2ing in the back of Pretzel's brain, they're able to kind of piece together what he was saying earlier about having to have magic in your heart. He wonders if by being able to take a piece of Zeke with him, if Zeke's magic would have been enough to trigger the ballista as well too.
Ooh, that's very interesting. I'm going to not say that out loud because I don't want to trigger the ballista, but I will talk to Gideon about that later as a theory because Gideon I see as somebody who has a lot of book learning.
For sure. And then did we want to pick up with the moving? Yeah?
Yes, to the
Did you want to
cave.
come with? Like, no. My person's here, so.
Okay.
Lana, you want to come?
Ooh, good idea.
I'll be honest, I didn't expect you guys to ask her to come. How about let's maybe have
I will carve you a little altar for your deity, and you can pray every night.
Let's have maybe a diplomacy or persuasion-y.
I would love to do diplomacy.
Gideon is going with this. Gideon, hold on. I'm gonna find it. Hold on. Gideon will roll to assist.
I have blown 2 20s in a row. This has me concerned.
If this dice gets another effing 20, I'm gonna force you to retire.
Oh wait, hold on.
That's all of his dice.
Ask Travis about the dice prison they made me have, because I would roll a 20 and they would go dice prison, and then I'd roll another 20 with a different d20. They'd be like dice prison.
Yeah, it's just
Nat one.
so he's been saving up all of the like for nigh on 20 years or so. He's been collecting dice and selecting them, and
I'm the anti-Will Wheaton.
Pouring his energy into them, the souls of the damned and whatnot.
GMing.
He
I've
rolled
been
a
collecting
21 on assist.
Okay,
and
so
with his assist, he's going to walk up to her and he's going to hand her 2 little statues that he carved last night. And one of them is him sitting next to a little statue that he carved that looks like the statue in the hallway, which is why he went into the hallway. So a little statue of her god. And then he has one with her next to her god. And they're not very valuable, but they're good carvings because he's a really good carver. And he's like, now at least you can come with us, kind of. And he like looks really, really, really sad because he's having to leave his friend.
I look at her and I go, and there's no reason for you to stay here alone.
And he gets really excited.
And
What did you roll?
16 plus 12 plus 2, so 30.
Yikes.
Damn.
She looks at you and she's kind of, she almost looks like a little forlorn. She looks down and she's got like this little bracelet on and she's kind of like fidgeting with it. And she's like, what did you guys say you were here for again? Where are you going?
Well, right now, we have a feeling about that cave in the west.
What kind of feeling?
Just a feeling.
The feeling of adventure.
And you know what? We go west. We go to the cave. See if we get some answers that we can't find in this town. And if you have fun and you feel safe, you can keep coming with us. And if not, we'll turn around and we'll bring you back here.
Wait, you mean over by the Gray Peak?
I point in the direction of my god's feeling that I accidentally had overnight.
She motions for you to come outside as the sun is rising. Technically, I do believe the mountains are to the east. I don't know. We've been saying west, I think, but the mountains are actually to the east of the town.
Whatever direction it was.
So you go outside and you point up to those mountains, and she's like, "Yeah, that's Gray Peak." And she seems hesitant.
What is it that you know
That
about Gray Peak?
Gray Peak.
The light only hits one side. The side that it doesn't hit, I don't know, we just don't go up there. We haven't since I was really little. We were always told not to go up there.
Well, something's telling me, something pulled me last night to go there.
Wouldn't it
This
be
was
the
a good
side
feeling
that
you
faces
had?
the town that never
Came
gets
from my
light?
god, and my god has always treated me well.
It is the side towards the town, Justin.
Okay.
I mean, my god has never not treated me well. I've made it this far in my world.
So you're saying that your god is telling you, do you want to roll, what is it for you willingly telling a lie?
It was,
Is that an
Because you
anathema?
saw an evil dragon. You got an evil dragon presence up there, and you are now lying to her to say that your god told her.
I did smite evil, and, well, old boons. God damn you, PFS. The way the boon was written is my god makes the connection.
You old boon that your god said there was something evil over there, and she just asked you if you got a good feeling about it. You need to lie to her and tell her that this evil sensation was good. You can pick whatever kind of role you want to try and tell her this. But you need
It was
to,
a tingly sensation.
You need to
Kronk's
make a
happy
fib.
Kronk's happy to jump in and say, my gut was telling me to go towards the cave. It felt a little bit like indigestion. So not a fabulous feeling, but,
Slightly like plot.
Yes.
Her
my
stomach
gut
has
tells
plot
me that
armor.
the plot is that way.
And that in and of itself, those two things right there, is why I feel comfortable. And with you coming with us, I feel even more comfortable.
If you stay,
They're gonna actually make me get out my dice.
Damn right.
I'm trying to figure out how to word this.
Using all my charisma skills today.
Charisma, your
Why do I
charisma.
have all these D6s? Oh yeah. Okay.
Oh, Kelly.
Thank God this is not second ed when paladins can't, like...
He says, if this is the only place where your deity is, no one will hear about him once you're gone. So come tell people about him.
Oh, you're using the guilt there.
She looks at you very plainly, and you get the impression that that wasn't really the argument that's gonna get you anywhere.
Well, it's something to do. It can help.
She rolled. You got a 21 cents motive on your most recent lie. So,
So that would be my bluff.
Yeah, you roll bluff for me, please.
Sure. Eat a 24.
Okay.
Right.
So
tasty.
Paladins being charisma monsters means they're actually shockingly good liars.
They're amazing.
I was gonna say, shouldn't they get a negative to bluff if it's
They
like
used
a
to.
blatant lie about people?
That in second ed we were not allowed to lie. In third ed they removed that.
Yeah.
But that being said, you could argue he got a good feeling that there is evil up there, and that means he gets to go smite it.
I have a good feeling.
He,
That is
so he got a good feeling.
So she believes that you got a good feeling about it.
And then and Kronk's gut is telling.
And Kronk's gut. Don't forget Kronk's gut.
And a new friend.
And if I could tell you anything, Anna, we follow Kronk's gut. This is the Church of Kronk.
The Church of Kronk. Boom. Boom.
And she kind of looks at Zeke, and Zeke kind of gives her one of these like,
It's up to you.
like, come on, we really haven't been on an adventure in a minute. She kind of like does a big shoulder sigh. She's like, I guess it is pretty stupid to keep the traditions that you learned when you were 5. And she says, sure, we can head out after breakfast.
Look, when I was 5, I learned to how to make a margarita, and I keep up that tradition even today. So I think
She turns to Quetzal. She says, "All right, your argument's losing a little bit of steam. I'm just gonna go back.
you can't. Look, I don't think anything could possibly go wrong, no matter what you decide.
Queen Gong, stop. Just go.
Yaman.
So wait, are we gonna be collecting NPCs? Because I'm down.
As he's saying this, I proceed to
You
reach
guys
over
are
to the
making
table.
the decisions, and then you're just following up with rolls. Okay, so
As he's saying this, I'm literally
Ask your
I
dragon
reach to the
compadres.
table, I grab a piece of bacon and I shove it in Quetzal's mouth and be like, "Eat this."
Stop talking. That's awesome.
Eat
so it's
it.
like, ugh,
Eat
the
it.
shrimp right there. Why couldn't you have done that with the shrimp? Ah.
Shrimp is better. Actually, Quetzal takes the bacon and wraps it around the shrimp. Eureka!
It's a little bacon blanket for the shrimp.
It's my third favorite food, wrapped in my first favorite food.
Eureka!
Okay, so, she starts getting her stuff around. As she's getting her stuff around, I don't remember exactly whether or not she had any of her stuff when you guys had first met her. But she puts on leather gear that was hanging up. It's got like a little elven inscription on the side, and there's when she goes to get her weapons, she's got like a little silvery dagger that she sheaths on her left side. And she also has a very ornate bow that she packs with her, and a quiver of arrows that it's very strange looking because there's only one parent arrow in the quiver. So it's only one little set of feathers that sticks out from a very slim quiver. As she packs up, she says that she has to go and well, I guess you should ask. She's like, do you care if Adamai comes with me?
I encourage it. And Zeke, if he wants to come.
Zeke shouts, like I was ever not gonna come! Come on!
You're my favorite.
Gideon is literally shaking with excitement. He gets new friends.
So she goes and gets.
Hey, you's indifferent. So
So she goes outside. She actually, there's like a little bridle that she pulls off of the wall, and there's like a little saddle blanket. So she goes outside, and that stag is there. And she gets the stag ready as though it's going to be a riding companion for her. There's a couple of little saddlebags, and she turns to you guys. She says, "Do you want me to place anything of yours into these bags so you do not have to carry them?"
I'm okay.
I appreciate it,
I'm
but
not carrying very much.
I show my bag. I have my own saddlebag, thank you.
I'm good, but thank you for the offer.
Sure. She says, "Are you guys ready to head out? Everyone full? Need any more?"
Plenty of full.
Plenty
Let
full?
out.
Bacon, and I have my decanter of mead, for I am ready.
Sounds fair. She looks up at the sky, and the way that the sun is rising, it's not getting as bright as you would think. So she kind of looks to you guys. If you want, you can go ahead and make a survival check. Know what she's going to say before she's going to say it.
Okay. This is just a straight up and down roll for me.
Yeah, same. Alright, let's see. Ha! Nat 20! Yeah.
God, we're wasting all of our 20s before like everything else. We're so
Seriously.
doomed. We are so doomed.
Well, while they're doing that, Gideon is gonna scamper inside and leave his carving on her altar, his new one, of her and the stag, because he doesn't need it. He has her and the stag.
As you're going into like the altar and junk, you catch sight of like the little plaque, right? And it reminds you, her stag's actually named for the god of that church.
Cool.
Yep.
So it's the church is for the Church of Adamai, and the god's name Adamai, her stag Adamai.
Yep, I remember that, but I'm still leaving it there, just kind of like this is still her spot, so I'm leaving
Sure.
a piece of her there. So
I just wanted to make sure because this is the first time you had heard the stag's name, such that you're like, oh,
is it?
okay,
I thought we heard it last night, but okay.
This is the same name as her stag as the previous dragon campaign.
Yeah, it could be what it is. I'd heard it before. I just knew I thought I knew the name of the stag. So.
Yep. So she gets Adamai ready. She mounts up, and so long as you guys are ready to go, y'all can walk towards the gate.
We will do that.
We will.
We will walk towards the gate.
The
I
gate!
need to find a horse at some point. This walking is for the birds. I'll get to the gate and I'm like,
She
I have like one hit point. On my back.
so she sees you getting tired, and she offers you to switch. Do you want to ride the stag?
oh, no, I couldn't possibly. Yes.
So she hops down, and when she gets down, I don't know if you have ever seen the position that a helper takes to give someone a leg up onto a creature. She takes that position in order to assist you onto the stag.
Oh, much
Very
obliged.
kind of you.
Assumes the boost position.
Yes.
I will
If
accept
you
the
guys
boost.
haven't seen what that position looks like, it's actually very similar to kneeling. So it does seem like a very respectful position.
I won't read anything into that.
I'm gonna say I'm pretty sure Quetzal's loving this.
I know it's not an ego thing. Quetzal's just tired.
I mean, it's that or get picked up and put on the thing by Roderick. Just like a
Alternatively,
tiny
I mean,
child.
the stag does know how to bow, but it's not as easy to do that. You
Yeah.
have to make sure that you don't accidentally launch yourself over. So, I'm assuming your ride is probably good enough to stay on a creature that's willingly walking for you.
Yes. Yeah.
So-
unless we enter into combat, I'm good.
Is it with
Combat.
armor
This
on?
would be funny.
The stag?
I do have armor on, but like unless there's combat, I think that riding something that is
Yes.
trained is like a DC 5 or something.
Yeah, correct.
It's very it's my armor
Something-
penalty is not that
it's
good.
it's a willing ride, Alchika, and it's actually a very smooth ride. So if you not that dragons ride horses, but from what you've heard, this one seems as though you're just kind of like floating. Like the feet are moving, but the actual back is very still.
Oh, nice.
He's a good kid. Eerily a good kid.
Pretzel takes a nap.
You could probably do that. Pretzel takes those little feather boas that he got and ties it one horn to another horn and then just lays. like a little head hammock.
A head hammock.
Oh my
Yes.
Head hammock.
Perfect.
All
Anna
right.
looks at you like you're being silly, but she doesn't stop you.
And with that,
She in fact actually turns to your compadres as you guys are starting to walk. It's now like a more little path on the outside. She's actually not leading you. The stag is in front of everyone, with Ethel kind of just like hanging out. But she turns to the rest of you guys, and she just quietly says each and every one of your names.
Hello.
And she's like, so time travelers.
Yep.
yes.
From before or for after?
Yes.
She looks at you like she's not really, like, game for that answer.
Here's a line. Alternate. We're here. We're now here.
So you're from the past, and now you're here.
No, we're at here, and we're here, but we're now here.
You can think of it as less time travel and more inter-time travel. If that makes sense.
Same time, different story.
Isn't that just a different plane? Are you guys not from this plane? And she
Nope.
starts kind of like putting a little different distance.
No, we're... This plane. Different story.
If it helps.
Let me give you
on
an
the
example.
past.
I stop, and I point at a flower. That flower exists right now, right? Now, if I were to walk over and I pick it up, and I hand it to her. Our story is, I saw a flower, I picked it, and I gave it to you, correct? What if we never traveled down this trail? That flower would still be there. Now imagine both of those happening at the same time. We're just here now. A decision was made, and now we're here.
See if Gideon
But
is
how
smart
can you
enough
even
to
tell
understand
the
dual
thing?
realities.
That's a great question, and we're trying to get answers.
But what's the difference?
I don't know. This is what we're trying to learn. And all
Then
I have right now
how could
is
you tell
go
that it was
way.
different in the first place?
Great question.
because where we're from, the Void Dragons went away before the end of the war.
And never came back. So to see Void Dragons back, I assume we're in a different story.
They stopped before the war ended here too.
Well, that's good then.
They never came back where we were.
You wouldn't have known that because you just now reached this time point. Have you been to this city before?
Yours? No.
Then how would you have known in the first place? How can you say it's an alternate reality? You have no proof that the realities were ever different. Why can you not just be from this reality?
Because we're not sure. Now you see why we are as confused as you and why this story makes no sense.
But who told you you were from anywhere different?
We just guessed.
From what evidence?
When we showed up at your front door.
my front door was your evidence? She
Yes.
seems a little frustrated.
At this point, with raised voices, Quetzal wakes up and looks around blearily, like, are we in combat? Is
Not-
something attacking us?
not
Is
yet.
it the dwarves?
This is the dwarves.
Ultimately, she seems like she's trying to be a very down-to-earth person, and your concept isn't lining up for her at all. Because essentially, you had said time travelers.
Mm-hmm.
You had said that you think you're from a different reality,
Mm-hmm.
but you have no proof that you were ever from someplace different or somewhere different.
Correct. Because how do you prove that?
Because
I
there
would
must have
also
been something
like to-
different.
With inaccuracies.
I would also like to point out that
Anachronisms.
Quetzal is very intentionally never claiming any of this. Like, every time this has been brought up, Quetzal's just been like, what are you saying?
I mean, that's what I just did. I just kind of stopped and then
I
went.
have a hard time
"Where
keeping my own
from
reality
this didn't
straight.
happen."
But, I mean, like,
It doesn't seem like she's an idiot. She's like she's understanding your timeline analogy. She says she, I understand timeline.
She just doesn't believe it.
I don't. In order to know the difference, there has to be a difference.
I agree.
We
And-
saw battle scars that weren't there from where we're from.
Where?
Town to the north.
There's no town to the north.
But there was when we were there.
You mean the camp?
No, it was a town.
No.
So you're
We
saying
lived
it's
in
a camp.
And then there wasn't a town. We arrived to where our town should have been. And there wasn't.
What was the name of your town?
Humansburg.
Yeah, you're gonna roll a bluff.
You
Oh Humans back! Please roll well. Let this work. Please let this work.
It was called Sapien Thorpe.
This is a straight roll for me because I have a 0 in
Oh my god, why did you let me do the lie? Why did you?
I got an 18.
Humansburg.
You got an 18. 18,
I
there's
got
a
an
chance. There's a chance, boys. Humansburg might make it.
Come on.
Come on, Humansburg. Come on, Humansburg.
Let me just show you what she rolled, which is over here. I can't move my laptop. It's a nat 20. She rolled a nat 20.
Oh, now it's her turn.
Oh, guess what? It ain't Humansburg.
So what
You-
she does,
You're not
she just
sure.
goes. She looks at you, and then she looks back at Sig. She says, "Ah," and then she's quiet, totally quiet,
Great.
and she just goes.
Humansburg.
It worked. in Hey You's mind, he was totally convincing. He's like, I can't believe I just did that. Yep.
I can't believe that
Yep.
worked.
Humansburg. I think as soon as Hey You says Humanburg, like, you were pretty sure that
Second he
Quetzal
said-
wasn't,
Oh, you know what? I
Wasn't
forgot to
drinking,
mention.
but-
let me interject for 1 second.
but Quetzal does a spit take.
I'm pretty sure I did a spit take.
So, what I meant to say before you guys left is the survival check was to tell that it's going to look like rain. So it is going to rain on the way up the mountain. You guys do have Zeke there with you, but where Zeke is there's like this metal breastplate and like breast collar that the stag is wearing, and there's like an empty little glass oval in front, and Zeke is kind of like curled up in that oval.
Aw,
Oh.
how sweet.
Yeah, when he says Humansburg, Gideon climbs into the backpack of Roderick, and Roderick walks a little faster.
Like, we're not going to be part of this conversation.
Yeah.
Like, the literal nope out, just nope, just walking away.
Yep. Hang on. Let me catch up with my notes for a second. Humansburg.
Yeah, be sure to write Humansburg and underline it twice.
Yeah, I mean, if you
Very
can
important.
bold and circle and italicize
Hashtag in front of
that,
it, just like Travis did.
yes.
I mean, I've already written it down. And I've also
It's a-
written down bacon wrapped brine shrimp.
Humansburg.
Hey, it's canon. Humansburg is canon.
It's canon somewhere.
It is. It's canon here, man.
You know what though? The next character I make for any session that I play, my character is going to be from Humansburg. He may not be human, but he's going to be from Humansburg. Damn it!
Yes.
I don't have to pee, but every time I laugh at Humansburg, I feel like I have to pee.
Yes.
Oh man. Okay, so
That's awesome.
be
Anna?
quiet.
Anna?
She seems like she really just is gonna pay attention to the road in front of her. She seems maybe a little bit frustrated, but you can't really tell what the frustration is aimed towards. Because she is not making eye contact with any of you, and instead has taken a position up and just behind the left shoulder of Adamai.
I fall to the back and whisper to Sig, I think that worked.
Oh my god.
Where is
Street
my
urchin,
thing
I'm
at?
not
Hold
a
on.
great-
Where's my
If
thing at?
Hayu was a food, he'd be a frittata.
Where is my thing?
Because his brains are scrambled.
So this is Siegfried's one and only chance to salvage this by saying he doesn't. You know how Hayu doesn't know how to pronounce words. Like he can't pronounce Quetzal's name.
Well, I'm looking
What
something up real
Hayu
quickly.
meant to say was, "Hey." It meant to
Is
say
what you're looking up long enough that I can
Humanisburg.
take a break?
Humanisburg.
Yes, I need to look up something about my guy.
Okay, that's
Do
fine.
it.
Man, I'm gonna have to dig out her character sheet. Her
It lives
combat
somewhere.
stuff. I've got her stats and her skills, but I don't have what I had made her bow.
Who knows? I might do
We'll get
something
there.
stupid enough that she just walks off at this point. So
Yeah.
where is my Sig Dragon file? Humansburg.
Alright, you started this with time travel.
Well, that's what the beautiful part is. Steven knew how to explain this and get away with it. I had to dumb it down into freaking things that Siegfried would not understand, but trying to go, I read it in a book somewhere, and yeah, time travel. His charisma makes things believable. All right. So. I'm just trying to figure out if I accept it or something or not in my past history.
Maya, 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 Maya.
Did you find your answer?
Oh my god.
And so they went, traveling by elk through the woods, from Humansburg, and filled with bacon-wrapped shrimp, they traveled onward.
How do I DMCA a live stream?
All right, Anna. I don't like lying.
Are we waiting for Heather to get back?
She's not here?
Muted and
Oh.
she's muted and her video's off.
Okay, we'll wait for Heather.
All right, that's fine because I want to eat some of these chips.
That's fine.
No chips for you.
Get your lies straight in your head. Oh, we lost her.
I'm about to do something you guys are not gonna be happy about.
Let me see what happened to her. Oh, there she is.
Hey, sorry about that.
We thought you died.
No.
All right, this might be the last big whopper I have in me for the evening because I'm getting tired.
Good luck.
Okay. What is gonna happen, Sig?
Anna? My name is Siegfried Talon. I was born of my mother, Surya Talon, Baroness of the Eastgate, High Priestess of Apsu. My father, Lord Sir Droskun Talon, Baron of the Eastgate and Paladin of Apsu. I was sent on this mission in order to find out what's going on in your world. We were sent to figure out why things are changing in your world. We're here now to try and determine why it's changing, and if it's for the good or not. That's why we're here. That's our mission.
I came for the cuisine.
And none of that is a lie.
I just got dragged along.
I'm here to write an epic ode and poem.
Wait, did you? Was your father from Humansburg?
I tire of lies. It just begets more lies, so I might as well tell you everything that is me. My father, my mother, whom I believe in, and what our actual mission is.
I think Sam wants some Pepsi.
Sam wants to look through that window at absolutely nothing because he's on the nip. So as you start your monologue, you're starting it from a position that's behind her.
Yeah, I know.
She's looking forward. If you get about halfway in, she kind of like turns around and she looks at you, and it doesn't look as though she's like angry, but it does almost look like she's kind of just this is like tired. She's like she just doesn't feel like she's gonna get a straight answer from you. It doesn't feel as though she thinks that you're lying. It doesn't actually feel like she's judging what you're saying at all. She's just simply listening. As you get to the part about being sent for the world and how it's changing and all that other stuff, she kind of just kind of like sighs at that part and she looks back forward. But as you finish, she's kind of like opens a little bit. It doesn't seem like she's as disconnected as before. But it also seems like she doesn't really know what... It looks like she's trying to judge what you guys want to hear. And she doesn't seem like she's very good at that, like a human-to-human interaction. So she just kind of is like, you know, you guys are welcome to do what you want. If you need a guide up the mountain, I will show you the way up the mountain. If you think there's something special up this mountain, we can go up this mountain. It's not like I have anything better to do, so that's why I'm here. You guys need a ride? She gestures at Quetzal up on the mount. You need a guide who's familiar? Fine. But I don't know what kind of good feeling you got about this mountain. I don't know what kind of answers you're expecting from this mountain. As far as I'm aware, this mountain was used back in the day by dwarves and has been uninhabited for decades. They used to say for no one to go up there because there are beasts that roam this side of the mountain. Sam, you need to take high ass somewhere else. Thank you. So there are beasts that roam this mountain. If I don't have to deal with them, I choose not to. I hunt the west side, not the east side. But if you're here to figure out what's going on, hopefully you find your answers in this mountain. And she kind of just like periods that sentence and keeps walking.
And now we have now returned to a point of neutral ground where there is no lies anymore. And I have accomplished what I needed.
You know what they call it?
Hooray!
When you intentionally withhold information? It's called a lie of omission.
What did I omit?
The fact that you're a dragon.
I was gonna say, the fact
She
that
didn't
we're
ask me.
dragon.
Listen, it's not my form, not my fault that she assumes what I am. She could have asked me what I am, okay?
Are you assuming my race?
Are you assuming I'm human? How dare you?
Well, I was just assuming you
I
were
mean,
from
look at the
human
way I'm
dragon.
dressed. I mean, it's not my fault.
You were asking to be labeled.
When she's done and she's like, if you just want a guide, that's all. Gideon just turns and looks at her and goes, I just wanted a friend.
Oh, idiot.
He's sad and short.
She looks at you and she says, I'm glad one of you thinks so. And then she keeps going straight ahead.
Well,
With that, are we gonna end at the mouth of the cave?
that seems pretty definitive.
We can end at the mouth of the cave, but on the way to the cave,
Humansburg.
I want you guys to eat. Roll me 3 instances of perception.
Ooh.
I do that so
Perception?
well.
Yep, and you can go ahead and just tell me the highest one.
My leg will be on fire. Here we go. -2 on my die.
Is it the kind of thing that Roderick would care about? Because he doesn't care about, like, interesting shit. It's, like, threats.
So the highest
Roll
was
it.
a 23 for
Mhm.
me,
Mm-hmm.
but I also rolled a nat 1.
Okay.
Okay.
Highest for me
Highest
was
was 23.
28.
So Croc got 28.
3 was your highest?
Oh no.
A 5, a 4, and a 3. And it's
Wow.
-2.
The
God.
29 is my highest.
Dang!
And
Gideon was
it's
actually
out front.
paying attention since he's raw dogging that with, like, a +2.
This is why they switched it and removed perception as a skill point in Pathfinder 2nd Edition and Dungeons & Dragons 5th Edition.
Are you really that salty about not being able to pay attention to anything? You're too busy being self-conscious that she doesn't believe your story.
Well, now it's a true
That's
story.
Yeah, and you're very insulted about that, apparently, because you can't pay attention to anything else on your walk.
Stupid Humansburg. No, I'm more thrown off by Humansburg. I'm like just sitting there the whole path going, Humansburg? What are you on? Humansburg?
Humansburg.
It worked, didn't it?
Dude, honestly,
No!
it was one of those things where the fact that there was, like, that big, long gap, I was gonna be like, alright, well, she was waiting for an answer and none of y'all said anything, so she clearly isn't gonna believe whatever you have to say after this. But the long gap into the Humansburg, she's like, yep, sure, got it.
She's like,
Um,
why did I come out here with a bunch of idiots?
So, as you guys are walking along in the forest, Sig is distracted. Truly and utterly, as you guys are doing your walk over this Humansburg incident. Everyone else is just kind of like taking in the local fauna. It's kind of a, so it's kind of like a cold tundra, like type landscape, so all of the plants are pretty hardy. It's mostly rock face. There's a couple of like mosses and grasses that seem like they're a little bit sparse. It's definitely not like any type of warm climate. But there's no like snow on the ground or anything like that. As you guys climb up the mountain, it does seem like it's getting colder. Definitely something that is noticeably colder. And being on the side of the mountain that doesn't get sun, it's the northwest side that doesn't see sun because of how they're all kind of like connected to each other. There's like this little ring. As you guys kind of approach that ring, you notice that like the forest itself becomes a little bit more dense, despite the fact that there wasn't a lot of vegetation when you started. It's very thick. And it becomes very old as well too. So the trees that are there, they're not very tall, they're not very full, but they are very wide and old. It's almost like a mismatch. Like you would expect a tree trunk, but if it's like this wide, and it's not only very tall, but also very like leafy and thriving. These trees, they're very wide, implying like an old age, but they're kind of sparse. They're not really doing a great job for their age. But because everything is like that, it creates this kind of canopy. It makes it quite dark. In fact, it ends up becoming so dark, despite it being daylight outside, that you can even see Zeke glowing, being like on the trees as you guys pass by. So like from that little necklace that he is kind of hiding in on Adamai, you can see how his light like bounces off of stuff. Whereas before, when you were in the daylight, you know you could tell that he was a fire elemental, but you couldn't really like see the light bounce like that. And as you're walking, it almost looks like there's like lines in the trees, just small little silver lines.
Like God rays?
Most of them are out of reach to probably everyone except for Roderick.
I take out my iron torch and I light it.
Okay.
Wait, are they like God rays?
When you
like
light
silver
it,
lines?
they become harder to
Not
see.
God rays.
Okay, so
So with a natural light source, it becomes harder to see. Does it matter that it's technically a magical light source?
No.
Okay.
When you take out that stone and you light it, the reason that you're able to see these lines is because they're kind of like glistening. When you bring out your light source, everything looks like one step brighter, and so it almost masks it into the background a little better.
do we want to see what that is? Because I could have Roderick grab one.
Sure. Can I make a perception check to see like if they look like spider webs?
At this point, you can roll whatever you want. I think that to identify something in nature, it would most likely be a survival check, if I'm not mistaken.
Or knowledge nature.
Appropriate.
Knowledge, nature, or survival.
You can roll whatever you want.
I just have survival.
I'll do survival, I guess.
Seems like a spooder web.
I have none of them.
I rolled an 8, so I don't fucking notice shit.
Travis, what did you end up with?
It is a 22
And
for
it
spooder
was what kind
detection.
of roll?
Survival.
Survival. Did anyone else want to roll?
Well, survival is based off wisdom, so no, I would rather not roll for survival.
You just don't want to waste your 20s.
No,
That's
I
what you wanna do.
the best I
I got
could
a
get, even with a
15.
20, is 18.
The best you could get was an 18. 18's fine. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know,
Either
but
way, I'm extending this roll to whoever wants to roll. Steven, so if you don't want to roll, you don't have to roll. My people who have rolled, I have numbers from Kronk, Quetzal, and Heyu. Is
good
that
people.
everyone?
I'm still bothered by Humansburg. That's why I'm not rolling survival.
Fine. And apparently, frickin' Heyu is bothered by you being bothered about Humansburg. So he
It's because I
looks
keep
up at
talking
these
to him
things.
about it. I'm just like, Humansburg!
Kronk and Quetzal kind of look at each other, and they're looking up at these little like shiny little lines throughout the top of the trees. And although they seem as though they're like indicative of a thread, they don't necessarily match the pattern for any spider webs that you had known. Because usually when you have like a spider web, you're gonna have like those arrays. And this seems, although there's, like these little glistening threads, you don't see any arrays of them. They almost just seem like haphazardly spaced.
Magic power lines.
I'm sorry I'm not home right now. I'm walking through the spider webs.
If you want to look on the
I
ground,
wish you could hear this, but you can't.
Yeah, so if you want to look on the ground, I'm sure you would find some natural spider webs and things like that.
Kronk will detect magic on whatever these things are.
Ooh, that's a good one. Let me do a quick little check.
I don't like it when the DM says that shit.
And then she sees on the spider webs the words Molten Fury, and she starts reading it out loud for some reason.
It's not in the right language. It doesn't matter.
Humnum Shigai. Humnum Shigai. Humnum Shigai.
It says, some pig.
Oh my god, really? But like to point out, summer reading, the reason why I started hating reading back in the day.
Oh, for Charlotte's Web?
Any of those things. I hated being forced to read any of those stories.
I wish audiobooks existed when I was in high school, because that would have made reading way easier. Instead, I just didn't do my reading.
Really? It's in this? That doesn't make any sense. So, I'm gonna give you yes magic. But the info that I found on it doesn't make sense that it's this school. However, I will give you the school via the color. And these will show as orange.
Orange.
They will show as orange.
Wow.
I don't like that they're going to show as orange, but when I look it up, they show as orange.
All right, so
All
then
is orange again.
I don't know.
Conjuration.
What school is orange. Okay. It's
Oh,
conjuration.
okay.
Again,
Someone has
I don't like it,
conjured these.
but that is what it says. So there you go.
I mean, technically spiders conjure spider webs out of their butthole.
Wow. That's
And
deep.
that is true. These spider webs are magical, and they do appear to be conjured, but not necessarily.
look.
What?
They look like, so they're conjured, so they're not necessarily evocation, so they might not explode when I pull one down.
It's a fair shot.
Again, they are single strands with no obvious array. The spider webs that you would see on the ground as part of the natural flora fauna have arrays.
So conjuration, if I was paying attention in magic school, which I wasn't, could also be like something that takes something from some place to another place. So if you pull on one, it may not explode, but it also could like take you away from us.
That could also summon
suck.
something to us.
Oh no, I don't think that could possibly happen.
You said that they're not in any sort of pattern. Do they appear to lead anywhere in particular?
Um, that's a good
Also,
DM question.
if they were trapped, they wouldn't be 16 feet in the air.
So some things
Magic
that you notice
exists.
about them, some things that you see, especially if after you notice them you continue to press forward.
Mm-hmm.
What you will see is that they start out to be very few and will become more numerous as you go up the mountain. They also start to become lower as you go up the mountain. And although they are single strands, when you look at the ends of the strands, they do not appear to be tied off to anything. They appear to stop as though they were adhered to the object that they stop against. This is primarily trees, but was also branches, leaves, and some of them go from tree to ground. But on all of the ones that change in height, the ground is towards you, and the high point is in the direction that you are traveling. Most of them are oriented up down the mountain rather than crisscrossing level. Does that make sense? So, like, if the mountain is up down this way, the strands are running with that parallel. They are not going around like this. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm now. What I was wondering if it was some sort of early alarm system, like if we touched them, would that trigger somebody to know that we were there? But now that it's in plane with the mountain, now I'm wondering if it's some sort of conveyance system
Like
to get up the mountain.
dope ass zip lines.
Yeah, dope ass zip lines. That's what I want.
I kind of want. Does anybody have any problem with me touching them?
Nope.
Not at all. Touch away.
Okay, I'm gonna poke one with a stick and see if it's sticky.
You
I
want
mean,
me to wait
naturally,
until
it's sticky when the stick is touching it because it's sticky. But like, does the stick stay there?
Steven, can you still hear us? Or because you walked away, are you done? I need to wait for you to get back. I'll wait for him to get back. I can't wait to give you your answer.
Cause
I
it's
can't wait for you to.
sticky.
I can't wait to give you your answer because it's definitely something that you should touch.
Touch. I believe in touch.
The touch, the feel of these stringy things.
Touch me. I wanna be dirty. Chill me, thrill me, fulfill me. Creature of the night. Creature of the night. Creature of the night.
Like
Creature
I'm watching
of
a
the night.
one-man stage play right now.
Creature
It's
of the
fabulous.
night. Creature of the night. Creature of the night. Creature of the night. Creature of the night. Ba 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 bum.
Ba-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da. Is he coming back? I have no idea.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's pooping. If he left his stream up, he's coming back.
okay.
I don't know.
That's
I don't know if he's
probably
pooping or not.
I mean, I would assume that he would let us know if he was doing that.
Yeah, it was going to be a longer break.
Yep, but what was that thing you said earlier that you said that sounds like a story? I can't remember what it was.
Oh, it was, you thought that Kronk would only be the second worst poker player you've ever talked to or you've ever played
Oh,
with.
okay. So I have a friend who, had a friend. Well, I knew a guy who we used to play poker at his house because he played poker or he had poker games there. One because we particularly liked him, but there was like 7 dudes who would go to this poker game, and every single week, 5 of us would walk out having made like $10. Which meant this dude and his dad were just hemorrhaging money into this poker game.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry about that.
Welcome back. So, no, Steven, I'm not going to tell you what it is.
Okay.
We left off, I don't know if you had heard, but
Strands
Gideon
heading up
wants
towards the mountain.
Yep. Well, Gideon wants to put a stick on one of the strands.
You have the
So
opportunity to veto it, because I did ask, does anybody care if I poke it with a stick?
Has anyone told me anything of the magic shit that's going on? If not, I don't know what's going on, and I can't stop
We
it.
did openly discuss that they were conjuration magic.
Nope, no clue.
I poke it with a stick.
Okay,
So when you poke it with a stick, the strand itself. So I'm assuming, are you poking one of the high up ones, or are you poking one of the low ones?
This is probably fairly early, because it would have been at the point at which Gideon's the only one who could reach it. Or not Gideon, Roderick.
Okay. Well, I'm asking, are you, because as you guys are progressing, you're seeing the characteristics of them change. So
Okay.
when you see the characteristics of them change, and you decide to poke it.
I'd go for
What?
a higher one.
Okay. So when you touch it, I just want you to roll a strength. If I can.
Could be worse.
You're gonna have to tell me what it is because I can't see.
15.
15? So, you're accidentally probably a little bit stronger than you had meant to be. When you touch it with the stick, the strand itself detaches from the attachment point that is closest to you, and it puts laxity on the strand. The strand, however, does seem as though it initially sticks to your stick, but as the attachment point kind of falls, it almost like falls away from your stick too.
Okay.
But there is a moment of suspension.
So it's like weakly sticky.
Yeah. And if you wanted to continue to use your little aura detection, one of the things that you're seeing for the magic of these strands is they appear to have different levels as well. So like some of the strands shine more brightly than the other strands, though most of them at this point are fairly dull.
Oh, they're not sticky, but I wouldn't touch them. They break fairly easily.
Then do we follow them?
I mean, we're going up the mountain. They're going up the mountain. I'm just wondering if they're all going to coalesce at the top of the mountain, and we're going to have to try to find our way through them.
And it turns to Sig. Still get good feelings about this place?
Feelings, yes.
Dude, you have to be saying stuff and your mic's not catching it. Pam, Heather. There's no way you did. And no sound.
We're not hearing. We're not hearing Heather. Oh, did your?
I don't.
Oh, there
I
you
don't
are.
know why.
There
I
you
mean,
are.
I had it on. I had it on voice. It's on
think
push
you.
start
I think
now.
you spoke
Yeah.
too succinctly for it, and it was like maybe I'm not supposed to catch that.
I wasn't supposed to touch it. I'll keep it on push to talk for now.
Well, no,
then,
you can
just
always
because if it's not,
worst
yeah.
case scenario in the settings, you can always lower the level at which it has to do to capture you.
Yeah,
Good point.
that's what I end up having to do because my my AC is real loud.
Yep.
So.
I have fans that you probably hear when they go. I'm talking. It's like you can hear the fan. Yeah.
All right. Woo is that noises?
You know,
Anyway,
fans are everywhere around me. I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh, look at all the fans! Look at all of your fans!
My fans are on me. I don't know why. Sorry.
She kind of dismisses it just a little bit. With the light of your ion stone, she actually pulls, like she undoes Zeke's little glass box, and allows him to kind of float up and in between the trees, able to keep a little bit better eye going on.
A good feeling doesn't necessarily mean a safe one, though.
Mm-hmm. Are you saying it, or is Gideon? Or not Gideon? Gideon.
He won't say, he goes, just because he has a good feeling doesn't necessarily mean it's safe. He could just think that there's an answer up there.
Not worried about an answer. I could just say probably. I'm not worried about it being safe. There's nothing in nature that I would worry about not being
Safety's overrated.
safe. He says as he's still kind of like.
So
He's awake long enough to point out those little threads, and then he's like, "Yeah, okay, yep."
Steve was wanted to say so badly, but dragons are natural. But there is no way Gideon would say that.
Don't follow the lights.
I am not going to continue fucking with the strings. But I did want to see if they were a threat, and they don't seem to be. So, at least for now.
Okay.
I am going to resist the urge to pull a Lori and light one on fire, because that seems like a potentially dangerous idea.
Wasn't she the one that burned down that whole elven forest?
She used a flaming sphere into a web inside of an elven forest.
Whoops.
Yeah, it's a big whoops.
Yeah. It was definitely a here side moment.
Didn't they end up having to do some humongo favor for that dude too?
It wound up being, it would have been a total party wipe had it not been for DM magic.
Here's your pass. Sorry about it. So, all four continuing up the mountain, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, this is our set. We're going.
Yep, we're going.
We got no other way to go except for up the mountain.
So, as you continue to go up the mountain, you realize that the those magical strands seem to gain more and more like elegance, I'm gonna say. So instead of being haphazardly arranged in like little up and down motions, it does start to do almost like tripwire formations. They also start to have strands attached to strands, but lost on no one, the path that you are traveling does not have any strands. The path that you are traveling so long as you start to move in a single file line, is totally clear, and the strands are located around you.
See, I told you
Strands
that nothing
located
could-
behind us.
I told you that nothing could possibly go wrong.
No strands seem to appear or disappear without direct influence. So if you were to go and touch another one, you could take it down. But you do not see any actively being made that was like appearing behind you. But ultimately, as you progress forward, there are some that are behind you, just not behind you on the path. Okay, travel forward. Can I give you the next couple of lines?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
So the way that this is kind of like structured, it's almost like a basin in the mountains that the sun doesn't touch. And within that base in the mountain that the sun does not touch, you guys, as you get up to like the little, it's almost like a miniature crest, because all you can tell it continues to go up on the right hand side and up on the left hand side. You reach this little hill that you can see, kind of through like the thickness of the trees, that you're in that almost that basin. Your little path does not continue to go up the tallest mountain, but instead goes down towards the basin, and the strands are starting to get quite thick. So they are starting to like lead towards the center of this basin, and they're starting to be like, you can see now like 5 of them or like 6 of them. They're all like reaching from different points in those trees and leading deep. Before they were kind of like starting and stopping, and you couldn't really like, you're like, oh, that's one, okay, fine, there's another one. But these ones are starting to get elongate. They are starting to branch. They branch behind you, and those ones culminate into larger strands going forward. Also, is that, no, that's your dog. I was like, is that Sam? No, it's your dog.
They walk past. Bye, baby.
I haven't seen Sam tonight. I think he's still on the first floor or the second floor laying under the window. He was
No,
there
he's-
whenever the storm hit.
No, he's down here with me. He's been surprisingly loud.
Oh,
Yeah, he's been here with me.
he's been singing you the song of his people.
Yes, he has.
Excellent.
It's not 3 a.m.
Not yet. This is usually about the time that he starts doing it.
So these strands, these kind of filaments, start to get thicker, but they're not along the path. But we feel like they're kind of leading us to a place. All right. Well, I think this is just fantastic. I'm excited to see what happens next. I mean, do you, Anna? You know anything about this place other than we don't go there? Like, are these like spider webs? Are they just a natural phenomenon? Are they made of cotton candy?
I don't come up this way. My understanding is all of the stories that relate to people coming up this way don't have a whole lot of them coming back to tell us what's up here.
Oh, well, then
So,
there's always the
whatever
first.
goes up here seems like it stays up here.
There's always a
Kinda like
first
Vegas.
for everything. Oh, Vegas, is that near Humansburg?
Yeah, you just gotta take a left at Albuquerque.
Oh,
I'm definitely going to get off Roderick's back in case we get into a scrap.
As you guys progress forward, I would like another perception check, por favor. Hey.
Yeah, I used my 3 good ones earlier, so you're back to my 14s.
Oh,
Got a
perception.
14.
In that 1 plus 6, 7.
Okay. You're
20.
also still distracted about the Humansburg drama.
Yep.
27.
27. I think it's very ironic that the person who's apparently the most observant is also one that attests to being half asleep on the back of the stack.
Oh, it's mostly timing. Quetzal just like,
He's like,
you know,
in between the really long blinks, he's like catching wind of stuff.
in their dragon form, I just imagine that they snooze a lot on a big pile of, I guess, copper pieces because they're not really that rich.
So.
Oh, you want mine? -1.
Also distracted with the Humansburg incident.
It's that plate armor, man. It's fucking with your vision.
Right? So Travis is the only one that starts to notice that, seriously, Cat? That on these little strands, you can see movement.
Creepy.
Yep. Tiny little dots moving back and forth.
Creepy!
If you point it out and you guys look closer, I'd be happy to give you more information.
I'll
Ooh,
do
look
that.
at that. It looks
I will
like-
look closer.
Hey, did you ever eat ants on a log when you were a kid? It looks like that. Look, little like raisin things.
More
What
close
are
layer.
There you go. They are small little black spiders. They are all uniformly traveling towards the center of the basin. If you approach them, they move faster. If you back off, they will move slower.
I'm getting some real Ron Weasley vibes from these guys.
Well, then we follow Hagrid's advice and we follow the spiders.
I don't see any other way forward. We've made our bed, and now we have to.
Do it.
Comment from the paladin?
I'm trusting the people that know nature and magic better than I do. This is not my forte.
Hey, go. As you guys proceed, Anna asks Quetzal whether or not she can remount her stack.
Oh, absolutely. My apologies. I jump off and stumble to the ground because I have an acrobatics of or a ride check of -3.
Gonna say it's like.
Oh, you're fine. It's actually
right?
there's actually a position that it assumes where it goes down on its left knee
Ooh,
and
I
makes the dismount being very easy.
I make it.
So she hops up, she undoes your little contraption with your little feather boa that you had, and gives that back to you as well too. And as she's riding, she starts pulling out her weapons. Notably, as she does this, when she pulls the arrow out of her quiver and just like kind of knocked it and holds it in one hand, you see another arrow kind of fizzle into existence in the quiver. Same color little tail feathers. And she turns to Sig. She says, I don't know what kind of good feeling you're getting, but I'm not getting any good feelings.
Something about spiders. Sig loves spiders.
Still believe we should.
Do you
just
think
follow
spiders are going to give you your answer?
them. Of course.
Okay.
Seeing she pulled her weapon, I pull mine.
Okay.
I pull
Yeah,
out
I
my
ready my
drum.
Okay, and I'm assuming you guys are gonna keep on pushing. Yeah?
Oh, we have to go forward.
Absolutely.
The only way out is through. That's what my old man used to say. My old man was Winston Churchill.
As you push forward, the strands start to get so thick that you have a hard time seeing the trees between them, though your path stays open. But it becomes almost like a tunnel of these strands. Because it's a tunnel of these strands, the spiders that you see, the normally sized spiders that you see traveling on these strands, almost look like they're fading in and out, because to them, those strands are like a three-dimensional interface. So they can be on the right-hand side of the strand, the left-hand side of the strand, which is your blind side, up or down. You also start to see spiders of varying sizes. And they all seem to recognize the fact that there's someone there. The ones that are small, they have varying speeds. So as you kind of like get a little bit too close, as you guys are following single file, you'll notice that they kind of like, the small ones will back away. Like they almost disappear into that, like, that fade. The ones that are larger, because you're seeing now spiders up to about this big, the ones that are larger don't seem as intimidated. They seem as though they're less willing to move. And in fact, some of them will turn and look at you, and you get a lovely little glint in all of their little pockets. So, yeah. Yep. Most of the spiders seem as though they are, I'm gonna use the word thick. I'm gonna use the word thick, meaning that unlike, you know, some of our like really long and lanky looking spiders, these ones are more tarantulan in their appearance. So they've got like the really thick round legs with the little hairs on them. Their bodies are quite wide, and their mouth parts are also very, like, they're short and round. So they're not like tiny little nothings. They actually have like the arm-sized fronts. Again, you guys are certainly welcome to keep going. Let me know what you guys are thinking.
Thick
Anna,
I think I know what these are, but I don't think Gideon would. And I'm scared, but Gideon wouldn't be.
Thick.
I want to roll a handle animal on one of the ones that looks at me.
Thick.
Like I want to be like, hey buddy, how you doing?
Sure. Do you have like a talk to animal?
No, the handle. That's what animal is. It's like talk to animal in real life.
The reason that I wanted to know is there's like a body language and there's a commune, and I just need to know if you're body languaging it or if you're actually physically attempting to commune with the brain of this creature.
I am body languaging it.
I don't know how to tell you this, but that's not an animal.
I mean, it's a spider, right?
Yeah, it's vermin.
So the spider doesn't necessarily interact with you. It doesn't like, if you go reach out to touch it, it does not like climb you. It does not seem like it's wanting to attack you. It does do like one of those like on its back and like, hey, don't fuck with me positions. But then as you leave it alone, it's like, okay. Notably, the small ones are like, they like do a little scatter. They're like, no, thank you. But those bigger ones, the ones that are closer to like 6 to 8 inches, they put up their little like, and then as you back off, they'll go back to normal.
For the record, that's what I think Kelly looks like in a fist fight.
And they definitely are spiders, right? They're not just like some kind of manifestation of an alien void spider monster thing.
So,
what a wonderful question, Quetzal. Maybe you should roll to see if you can figure out an answer.
When I'm looking at the spiders, do they appear to be? You said they kind of blinked around a little bit. Also, I love how disapproving Sam is of my talking right now.
Thank you. He's watching. I turned on Denny's stream because this is the first time she's using her little VTuber thing, I guess. And so Sam's watching. I think the little ears flop back and forth.
Oh, Yeah, he's
But that's
super
what I got.
interested.
It's
He's
VTuber
very,
month.
he's very
Huh?
interested.
It's VTuber month.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, is
all
that
I
the
know-
meta this
All I
month?
know is that she paid a lot of money for this VTuber, and it's pretty cute, to be honest.
I rolled an 18, but all I have, the only knowledge that Quetzal has is religion. I have no idea what knowledge would be relevant, and all I have for tracking is survival. So if they're unnatural tracks or anything, although they look like spiders and webs, so I have no idea.
Yeah, so it's fairly obvious that there's a defined path that is just a little bit wider than it's wide enough that the stag can go through.
If
Sam, I swear to
they're
God, you do not bat that, I will beat your ass.
if
He's
they're
right up next to her, dude. Hang on.
if they are demons or if they are devils, then my religion check would matter. Like so, if those were manifestations of a religious spirit, then I would.
Hey, Bard. That's adorable.
Aww.
So
I'm gonna
hey,
send that to her.
hey. So one of us has the ability to roll literally any knowledge. Could you please roll a knowledge planes and see if these are what I think they are?
Yeah, so let's do Bardic Lore, and let's see what that gets. I mean, I'll tell you, I've been rolling like crap, but let's see what happens. 18. What's that get me?
18.
Knowledge planes.
Cool. Whatever you would like. So, what was Travis's? Travis, what was
18 also
was religion?
religion, yeah.
Okay. So, because hang on. Let me grab the little spell thingy.
Please don't be face spiders. Please don't be face spiders. Please don't be face spiders.
Hey,
I've never
guys!
face spiders, but I've read about them and they sound fucking terrifying.
I want none of it.
So, what I will allow, remind me again, it was religion and
Planes.
religion and planes. So although your detect magic spell on the strand, I continue to use that word, on the strands, had indicated some sort of like summoning or bringing in. There's no obvious interdimensional quality to the spiders that you see. They
These are
appear
just-
to be spiders that you would have recognized in nature. To add to this, Anna does not seem perturbed by their nature either, despite having been quite uncomfortable with the kind of quasi-interdimensional time thing of the loop within her tongue.
Okay.
I'm going to
Religion.
just okay.
Yeah, religion.
Religion, because all of the pantheons that are worshipped in this world are very wide. There is a celestial pantheon and a demonic pantheon. You guys have just been part of the demonic stags little churchy thing over there.
Mhm.
Not well recognized, but essentially by being a demonic pantheon, there are like echelons, just kind of like how in a celestial pantheon you'd have like the main gods, but then you'd have like the layers of archangels and hierarchies. Although you cannot think of any type of obvious religion that has an upper level god that would be involved in something kind of supernaturally put together like this. You do faintly recall a story of an upper level demonic entity that controls spiders. I am going to, however, emphasize, especially on your 18, I think is what you said.
Mm-hmm.
You have heard of this one. You had not really heard much about the stag.
Yeah, this one is a little bit more has more tales behind it. Is it an evil? Because I know the stag is kind of benign, but is this spider demon an evil spider demon?
So it is from what you recall, most likely a neutral evil.
Neutral. All right. So it can be reasoned
I will
with.
also, yeah. So I will also throw this out there because I was talking to Steven the other day. The way that my alignments are kind of set is that evil doesn't necessarily mean that he, she, they, it are actively evil, but sometimes that they more so have the willingness to partake in an evil act if it suits them. So like if they were given the little lever on like which one does the train go down, and like one was $10,000 and the other one was $50,000 but you kill someone, they're like, all right. Whereas good would not be able to make that decision. They wouldn't be able to take it upon themselves to do something inherently evil. Mm-hmm. But that alignment is willing to do something that's maybe not in the best interest of anyone else.
So, in order to end on a bang, because I'm fading fast. I will point at Siegfried and I will point at the spiders and I'll be like, "Hey, Siegfried, these are evil demon spiders. Go wild, my boy."
Have
and
fun.
Then that would be
Detect evil? Are they all coming up as evil?
What's the radius?
It's a cone. It's a 30-foot. And
Yep.
I can also point at one specific object or thing and say, is that evil?
Alright, so where are you coning? You
Well,
cone up, down, to the side?
I'm literally
going to
going to
the
treat it
cave.
like aliens. And are they all around me? Game over, man.
You're just
Game
gonna
over.
do the sweep?
Uh-huh.
None of those spiders seem to come up as evil. They just are... they're spiders.
No, it's not these guys. It's further on in the cave, probably. That's probably why like half the mountain is weird, is because of this, and you know all of the stories. It all kind of fits. There's this demon god, or demon spider thing.
Demon spider thing?
Yes, yeah. You remember your religion,
Hold
right?
on. Let's find out if I remember my religion.
Go on.
You had an 18? Well, I have an 18.
Yeah.
So what you heard is what I heard. No, I know. Learned it in the same class.
Yeah, remember we had that day where, okay, it was after O, and the teacher, for teaching us the letter O, brought in like yeasted dough that we could make donuts. So we made donuts and we ate them, and it was delicious. And then the day after, she was like, and these are the pantheons. I was like, but yes, or they're donuts. And she was like, no, there are no donuts for the pantheons. And I was like, okay, fine. I guess I'll half listen.
But notably, there are no neutral evil spider deities in the pantheon.
Right. This is just
was
like kind of a lesser,
like
a greater, lesser
the
angel.
demonic equivalent of like an archangel.
Right.
Oh.
You know how archangels have like 6 sets of wings and look really freaky? Well, these guys have 8 legs and look really freaky.
So are you telling me there's a demonic deity in the cave we're heading towards?
Not deity is a strong word, but demi deity, kind of like the stag guy here. That's he's on our side, which is a good thing. But just between you and me, I think this guy is probably worse news than the stag guy.
You guys are handling this conversation. The strands have gotten so thick that like you could essentially like they look like white sheets now, and it's in like almost like a tunnel that you guys are going forwards in. The tunnel has been quite dark because again there's very limited sunlight. You've got your little ion stone kind of lighting the way. Very abruptly, you guys are now entered into like a clearing.
We've made
And
it.
the clearing.
Hey!
Hang on. The clearing. You guys have made it all the way into the basin of that mountain. And it's almost like a whipped tornado of these webs. So in the trees, you can see that the webs have stopped going from like those sheets towards the middle and are now like whipped almost in this like, almost in like a fence or like a border. And they're arcing kind of like inside. So it almost looks like the inside of a cotton candy machine.
But they're trying to make Thunderdome?
There are holes north, south, east, west. And you guys are coming in from the west side into this basin. At the center of this, which is, it's quite a deep hole, you'll see that all of those spiders that you had seen in the strands are no longer like present within this. They actually had stayed kind of within the strands. There's probably between 10 or 12 very large braided strands that all approach in the middle, as well as a couple that kind of crisscross, almost forming like a star shape as they go towards that middle. And in the middle, there is a rock-faced hole that just goes down. It's completely black within the side of the hole. Everything is rock along the side of it, so there's no like trees or anything like that. Everything's clear. There's no trees, there's no like bushes, shrubs, whatever in the center of this web. There's nothing. It's also very quiet. When you look up, you can see that it is starting to rain, and you hadn't been able to feel it because there are so many strands above your head, but now it's catching up to you, and it's kind of scattering along the ground, making everything like glistening and dew-like. If you wanted to do, see, I do believe, I think that's kind of mostly it. There's no auras that you can feel.
Okay.
You can kind of hear like this little dripping noise, almost like water into a cave. And there's like a big echo to it. So it's not like a little like clink, but you hear clink, 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 clink. As though that hole may be the start of that cave system. Outside of that rock, outside of that hole, there is like this kind of like a large boulder, and within the boulder is inscribed a message. And let me look at your little list of languages.
I lie.
What languages do you speak?
My long ass list. A lot.
Yes.
I know, hang on.
Don't worry, next level I get 2 more.
Oh God.
So if I don't know it now, I will soon.
When will Zen be now?
I don't think you know it.
Oh!
Hey. Language. Unknown.
Unless one of the other people knows the language.
Say, if you can post your languages, I just need to pee real quick. Sorry, fam. I know it's really late, so
Yeah. I think I'm. Can we just pick this up in a couple of weeks?
we can pick up the language with you.
I really am tired.
I was about to
Sorry.
say, like, we've been saying that we're done for an hour and a half.
I know.
Oh
I've
my
just been
gosh,
trying.
has it been
I
that
don't
long?
want to like disconnect and in the middle of something and be rude.
That's fine. In which case, I will be right back for those of us who want to continue to bullshit after this. But
All
we can
right.
pause as you guys approach this cave that has this writing outside of it. Ominously.
I'll have
I
my
speak
linguistics ready for it when we're
Common,
next session.
Alright.
Elven, and Bad Common.
We just put our lists in Roll20.
Roll20, yeah.
Actually, I have to see what.
Yeah, I only know, let's see here, Abyssal, Aquan, Orin, Aslantes, Celestial, Draconic, Dwarven, Elven, Ignan, Infernal, Necrol, Orc, Terran, and Undercommon. Only.
Good night, y'all.
See you later. Alright, boys and girls, I believe we are going to be calling it here for the evening. Let me switch over to this one. There we go. There we go. Need this on. Okay, there we go. Alright, guys, so yeah, we're going to be calling it here for this evening for part 5 of Dragon in the Storm. Hopefully you enjoyed yourself and enjoyed the storyline so far. We've now made it to a cave with a possible demonic spider thing in it. We'll find out tomorrow. Other than that, or not tomorrow, in 2 weeks. 2 weeks will be our next adventure, which will be on the 31st. If you have missed any of our adventures so far, you can head over to the YouTube.com/6042. And down there in the RPG creative section is all of our Dragons stuff up to now. So feel free to catch up there if you don't know what's going on. Other than that, hopefully I will see you all later. Have a great rest of your evening. We may do a B-side. It all depends. I'm currently finally eating food. So, alright guys. Have a great evening. Peace! That's not the word. What's the word? Oh yes. Button. Good night, everyone.